today's world, content marketing has become an integral part of businesses to attract and retain their target audience. It involves creating valuable and engaging content to drive profitable customer action. Content can come in many forms, such as blog posts, videos, social media posts, etc. The demand for content marketing professionals is rapidly increasing, making it a promising career choice. A content marketing manager can make an average of $68,000 annually, and a content marketing strategist can earn an average salary of $65,000 annually. To succeed in content marketing, you need excellent writing skills, creativity, and a deep understanding of your target audience. Content marketing may be a great career choice if you possess these skills and are interested in marketing. Now let's check out what we have in store for you in this content marketing full course. We will start our discussion with what content marketing is, then we will discuss various content marketing strategies. Post that, we will learn some techniques on how to write content. Then we will check out an important tool called Google Keyword Planner. Then we will dive into a discussion on how to start a blog and what blogging means for a beginner. After that, we will help you set up your WordPress account for your blog. Following that, we will discuss content marketing return on investment. Finally, we will wrap up this content marketing full course with some interview questions on content marketing.
I'm Greg Jarbo, and what is that? I mean, what we're going to talk about in this first module of a content marketing foundation course is literally content marketing? Okay, what is it? So content marketing is not a new concept. It's been around for over 100 years. In fact, one of the classic foundation stories of the birth of content marketing goes all the way back to the Michelin brothers in France. And the Michelin brothers, in case you haven't done your history, that's okay, little refresher right now, were two brothers who made pneumatic tires, and they were trying to sell them along with an innovative product at its time called the automobile in an era where the roads were horrible, in a place, France, where frankly people didn't like to get outside of Paris and into the provinces because, my God, what was worth going out there for? For Paris. It's all happening here. And what the Michelin brothers realized is if they wanted to sell more tires, they had to get people to drive farther and farther and use them. So what did they come up with? The concept that really is the birth of content marketing in my book was the Michelin Guide. And the Michelin Guide was unique in that it reviewed restaurants, not just restaurants nearby in Paris, but restaurants out there in the provinces. And the Michelin brothers are the ones who came up with the 1, 2, and 3-star rating system to say, this restaurant, I know it's way out there, it's bad roads, but guess what? To die for. The ratatouille, you got to have it. This is a 3-star restaurant. It's worth making the trip. And oh, by the way, since we're going to give you a guide and you have to get out of Paris in order to get there, we're going to tell you where you can find gasoline along the way, which hotels you might want to stay at overnight, and oh, by the way, just in case you have to, how to repair a flat tire, particularly if it's a Michelin tire, because it's a pneumatic, and you know what? It's quite easy to repair. And guess what? That put Michelin on the map. Why? They weren't trying to sell you more tires. They weren't telling you about the features and benefits of round or tire repair. I mean, that was in there, but it was only a how-to article, not necessarily a feature and benefit. What they were doing was they were speaking to their audience about what their audience was truly passionate about, which in Paris in 1900 was food. And by creating content that got the audience to get into their new innovative automobile and drive all the way out there into the provinces for that absolutely remarkable 3-star restaurant, people got more flats. People had to replace their tires, but it was worth it. And oh, by the way, Michelin sold more tires. So that's a great story. Every time you sort of, hit a pause and like, well, we're doing content marketing and we need to come up with a concept, think back to the Michelin Guide. It's a great foundation. So let's go to a modern definition. Where are we now in the 21st century? when it comes to content marketing? Well, you can read the slide here and read the definition, and some people like reading definitions. I'm not going to read it to you, but I am going to highlight a couple of words in the definition that I think are absolutely critical to any definition of content marketing. The content that you create needs to be relevant, and it also has to be valuable. Now, if it's not relevant, then you're not actually meeting my needs or interests, and why would I be interested in it? And we've gotten way too tired of screening out the commercial that comes on, trying to sell us snow tires. And pardon me, we live in Florida. I don't use snow tires. What the heck is this commercial doing? Interrupting what I'm watching. So relevance is important. Relevance means that this content isn't going to get screened out. And the valuable can work in a lot of different ways. It can be interesting. It can be useful. Value is an interesting proposition all by itself. But that's the key to content marketing. It's not just creating more spam. It's not just throwing more trash over the fence and hoping something happens. This is something where if you've created valuable and relevant content, you know what? Your customers will find you. That's a whole different kind of proposition. I know there's some skeptics who are saying, oh, come on. Content marketing is just a fancy new name for social media marketing, right? And the answer is, well, there is some overlap, and we're going to deal with that in Module 3. But let me just be clear here. Social media content is part of what content marketing needs to create, but it can also create content for your website, and that's not the social media. It can also create content that your PR people can share with reporters or bloggers, and that's not normally considered social media content. And by the way, all of that content can be optimized, so maybe it actually is part of SEO, not social media marketing. In fact, that's the other place that content marketing really overlaps. And it's not coincidental. It so happens that around February 2011, when Google rolled out the first of its multiple versions of the Panda update, all of a sudden, even SEOs started to pay attention to content marketing. Why? Because Google changed the rules. And what Google basically said is, if your content isn't valuable or relevant, you know what? It's not going to rank very well in our search algorithm. And all of a sudden, people who had been used to putting keywords in the right places realized content matters? You mean I've got to actually tell stories that are interesting? I've got to create information that's valuable? Yeah, you can make it relevant. That's the optimization part. But, if you're trying to optimize a piece of boring, irrelevant trash, God bless you, good luck. So yeah, content marketing has grown. It's tripled in terms of web search interest since the Panda update. And we're talking about Panda 1. Of course, there was Panda 2, Panda 3, Panda 4. I mean, come on. Google is driving us in this direction. And so content marketing is pretty relevant today. Now, one of the other things that people in content marketing struggle with is, oh, but you don't understand. I do B2B content marketing, or I'm a small business, or, pardon me, I'm an enterprise. And so content marketing has to come in flavors, right? Well, possibly, maybe, on occasion. So let's just question that assumption for a second. Content marketing has been around now long enough, and enough people have done it, that some research has been conducted, and it's been conducted against B2C marketers and B2B marketers and small business marketers and enterprise-level marketers. And when they start asking key questions like, okay, we're going to try to determine what is the difference between an effective content marketer and an ineffective content marketer, let's see the results. Well, first of all, the most important thing to be an effective B2C content marketer is you need a documented content strategy. Oh, okay, all right. I mean, people who are winging it aren't as effective as people who actually have thought about this and written it down. Got it, okay. No great insight, but, interesting to note. Secondly, they've got to have somebody in charge who oversees content marketing. Oh, Lord, does that mean we have to have a reorg? Or maybe we just have to designate somebody who reports to somebody else? Whatever. But guess what? It really helps if somebody is driving this process. Third, they've got to be using more content marketing tactics than their less effective peers. And this is not an argument more is better. This is just, pardon me, that's the way the data falls out. The people who are actually more effective are doing more different kinds of things, a broader range of tactics. And who knows, maybe it's that broader range that's part of the success formula. Same thing is true with social media platforms. The effective content marketers are using more than the ineffective ones. And last but not least, and this may be a sort of a result of the first four, by gosh, effective content marketers generally have greater percentage of the overall marketing budget in their organization. Wow, okay. That's the B2C marketing formula, but you don't understand. I'm not a B2C marketer. Yeah. Okay. So let's take a look at the B2B content marketing formula. Guess what? You need to have a documented content marketing strategy to be an effective B2B content marketer. You need to have someone who oversees content marketing strategy. It helps if you are using more tactics and more social media platforms, and guess what? You spend a higher percentage of your overall marketing budget on content marketing. Well, that's similar to the B2C content marketers. But you understand, B2B is different. Yeah, there's a couple small differences, but guess what? Overall, the top 5 criteria are similar. And when you get to small business, here's what you're going to see. Same 5 criteria. And you're in an enterprise. I know. The world is different for enterprises. Actually, not so much. So, 4 different data points. Let's net it out. There's a pattern. And the pattern is I don't care what flavor of content marketer you are. You can be B2C, B2B. You can be small business. You can be large enterprise. At the end of the day, there are 5 things that you've got to focus on if you want to be effective. We've already covered these. And are there differences between small businesses and large enterprises, between B2B and B2C? Well, sure. But they're all at the margin. What's the downside? If we don't do this, is anyone going to come in and whack us? And the answer is maybe not inside your boardroom, but it may happen on the next sales call that one of your salespeople makes. They may encounter someone I like to call the man in the chair. And the man in the chair actually refers back to a classic McGraw-Hill ad campaign from, I think, the 1960s. But basically, the guy in the chair asks, theoretically, some questions from, quote, maybe your salesperson. Okay, I don't know anything about you. I don't know about your company. I don't know about your company's product. I don't know about your company's reputation or anything about you. And so what was it you were going to try to sell me? And that's the downside of not having a content marketing program. We've actually found in work that we've done with companies that content marketing can shorten the sales cycle. Why? You're providing people with information at key points that they need in order to take the next step. So yeah, is there a downside? Sure. Stick with the status quo. Struggle swimming against the tide. You know what? It's probably smarter to have a content marketing program.
Content marketing strategy. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to outline the steps needed to create a content strategy, describe the importance of various parts of a content marketing plan, including personas, brand story, listening and measurement. Choose the right channels that will complement your content. And prioritize and plan content ideas around your company's biggest opportunities. Content strategy versus content marketing strategy. There is a difference between content strategy and content marketing. Where content strategy focuses on the actual content, content marketing focuses on the outcome. Content strategy is about the management and creation of the media, the tools you are using, the resources you have available, what are the types of content you will be creating. Where content marketing is all about the customer. Who are you targeting with the content? How well do you know this person? And most important of all, what is the expected business outcome? Are you creating and sharing content to build brand awareness, or are you aiming to increase revenue? More generic content marketing questions are how it fits within your overall digital marketing strategy. What does your content calendar look like? And also, by sharing your content, are you exposed to risk in any way? Does your content work for every market? Content creation framework. A good way to start putting together your content marketing strategy is by creating your content marketing framework. It enables you to map out the required content along the customer buying journey, while considering the impact it has on your online presence, your social media, your website, and your sales. Between these two areas, the customer journey and your overall digital marketing approach, you have the three types of content you need to focus on: link content, conversion content, and authority content. Link content is content that drives traffic from the internet and from your social media to your website. This is content that is created with the goal of attracting quality backlinks for SEO purposes. Conversion content is content that drives web visitors to the next stage in the buying cycle through call to actions or CTAs. This is the content that is created with the goal to convince prospects that they should buy from you. Authority content drives web visitors to sales through call to actions and drives repeat traffic to your website. This is content that is created to build a community of people that trust you and see you as the expert in your field. This is a useful structure to organize your content, and it keeps your focus on the customer needs and the impact on your overall digital marketing objectives. Each type of content has different requirements. Link content needs to be high quality and often based on research, so other websites can refer to it. It's all geared towards generating high quality backlinks to your website, which Google sees as very important for your search ranking. Make this content fail-proof, repurpose it, and promote it like crazy. Conversion content is based on helping the customer to go through the buying cycle. This will only work if you understand what they need and that your content clearly articulates that you can help them solve their problem. But on top of that, it is vital in this stage that your content gives them the option to move to the next stage through very clear and compelling call to actions. And authority content is a logical follow-up from your link content. It is content that confirms you are an expert in your field. It helps you to build trust, as long as you are truthful, transparent, and show integrity. And done continuously and consistently, it helps you to deepen the relationship with your prospects and your clients. Content marketing strategy. There are various steps in developing your content marketing strategy. The obvious thing, of course, is to start with setting your objectives. But additionally, you need to do a number of things. Create customer personas, create listening outposts, write your brand story, develop your channel strategy, create your content marketing playbook, measure your content marketing, and establish your content marketing ROI. Let's look at these elements of your content marketing strategy in a bit more detail. Customer personas. A vital step in your content marketing strategy is creating customer personas. This is a concept that comes from the user interface and design world. In a customer persona, you look at things like demographic characteristics like age and gender. But it is important to add to this what their pain points are. What is their affinity with technology? Where do they hang out online? And what are their interests and their hobbies? Once you completed your customer personas, print them out and put them on the wall in your office. And make sure you add them to your briefing document when you ask your agency to create a new campaign. HubSpot has a great free tool to create customer personas. By asking a set of questions, it will put it in a format for you that you can share and print. And you can tailor it to your own requirements and add your own sections. It includes things like education, social networks they use, preferred method of communication, tools they need to do their job, goals and objectives, challenges, and how they gain knowledge. Establish listening post. An important part of your content marketing strategy is to listen to what people are talking about online. You can find out what they think about your brand, the topics they talk about, and if there are any issues. It is also great to listen online to find good content you could share. You don't have to share just your own content. There's nothing wrong with sharing relevant content from others. Obviously, when I say listening online, I mean this in the widest sense. Watching videos, reading articles or blogs, looking at photos or infographics, or literally listening to podcasts. Here are a few tools you can use to listen. Feedly is a reader app on which you can listen to live RSS feeds. Google Alerts and TalkWalker are tools that will send you a notification for certain terms that you have set. You can use Google Trends to find out search trends for keywords. Your brand's story. The next thing you need to work out for your content marketing strategy is your brand story. What is your mission, your vision, your values? What is the story of your company, your CEO? Remember, people want to listen and share stories. When I search for IKEA on Google, you get an understanding of what I mean. Stories about the history of the company, the founder of the company, the way they work, the employees, what makes them unique. And the more twists, turns and uncertainties in these stories, the more people will love them. And it gets even better if you can show them how you overcame obstacles and bumps in the road. This will increase your credibility. A good example of this is Elon Musk from Tesla. He came from a very simple background but kept on following his beliefs, even when he was nearly bankrupt. He kept on going and look where he is now. An important element of defining your content marketing strategy is understanding of what kind of brand you are. The type of brand you are determines the type of social media you will get with your content. If you are a basic brand, you won't get many people to talk about you, let alone comment on your social media posts. You're just fulfilling a basic need. The only way these brands can get engagement on social media is to turn themselves into a funny brand. Like Blendtec Blenders, who launched the Will It Blend campaign. If you are a functional brand, you will have customers who ask questions about how to use your product. You need to respond to that by offering content in which you answer their questions. Exciting brands don't have a problem to get social media engagement with their content. They have thousands of fans who love to talk about the brand. Harley-Davidson is a classic example. These brands need to keep on posting amazing content that become almost like collector items for their fans. Finally, vital brands are for the greater benefit of mankind. Greenpeace, World Wildlife Fund, UNICEF, they have no problem in getting engagement and discussions, but they should be very alert on what people are talking about and try to find influencers that can help them spread their cause. So think about this when you start putting your content marketing strategy together. It will guide you on the type of content and campaigns you should create and the types of calls to action you should set. Social channel strategy. Before you're going to decide on the type of content you're going to create, it makes sense to agree on the social media channels you are going to use. In the listening stage, you have learned on which channels your clients hang out. So now you're going to make sure you are there as well. You're going to synchronize the branding, the key messages, and the campaigns to grow your followers on these channels. You need to make sure you understand the latest features and trends on these social channels. It is also good to do a content gap analysis. What type of content do you already have for each channel and where are the gaps? So you know what type of content you need to create. Here is a useful template you can use for this. It shows you the channels, the structure, the tone of voice for each channel, and the desired action. The gaps will give you an indication of the work you need to do to make sure you have a coherent content marketing strategy. Content Marketing Playbook. So now you are in a position to decide on the type of content you're going to create. Here is a list structured by the 3 types of content we saw earlier: link, conversion, and authority content. Link content and authority content can be fairly similar. It's more on the promotion side where they differ. But the conversion content needs to be organized along the customer journey, from awareness to evaluation to purchase. We call this the marketing playbook. You need to create your own by selecting the right content for the right stage. Measuring content marketing efforts. You can measure the traffic you get through your content, you can measure the engagement you get, and you can measure the sentiments. Whether you are targeting consumers or businesses, the metrics are the same, but the priorities may differ. Today, lead generation is seen as the number 1 KPI when it comes to measuring the success of your content marketing, closely followed by traffic generation to your website. These metrics show how your content marketing efforts are succeeding, but you need to go a level deeper to discover what specific content, campaigns, channels, and efforts are most effective in driving value. And in the end, whether you are in B2C or B2B, it comes down to measuring the ROI of your content marketing. How much money did you earn from your content marketing in relation to the cost you incurred in creating and distributing it? The things that can improve your ROI are quality of your leads, sales, web traffic, engagement, SEO success, and brand exposure. And remember, improved ROI is not just based on more sales. It can also be based on lowering costs. Planning your content marketing strategy. Planning your content marketing strategy is very important. There are so many things you need to take into consideration. If you don't put some structure into this, you may lose control. It is best to create your content marketing process guide. In this guide, you specify how you create and manage your content, how you optimize and curate, how you listen and engage in conversations, and how you measure your content marketing. Besides this, there is the tactical stuff like roles and responsibilities. What are the style and writing guidelines? And similar, what are the guidelines for posting and publishing? And make sure you communicate the process guide to the relevant people in your organization. You may want to put a training together to the people who will work with this on a daily basis. A vital part of your process guide is the content marketing calendar. It's the calendar that contains your content production and publication schedule. There are many templates and tools for this on the internet. My favorite ones are Trello.com and Google Calendar. The most important part of it is that it is a collaborative tool, so you can schedule the calendar with your colleagues or with your client. You can give people viewing or editing access. You can use color codes for the different types of content or for the different channels. Becoming a content marketing company. To give you a framework on how to organize your content marketing strategy in your company, you can look at the Content Marketing Institute 4 business models for content marketing. They can be mapped in a quadrant with strategic importance on one axis and internal-external focus on the other. You're a player when your content marketing strategy is focused on supporting teams within the organization, like your product marketing or marketing communication teams. Most companies start their content marketing like this. It's seen as a contributor. You're a performer when your content marketing is seen as a center of excellence in your organization. It has an external focus where audience segmentation is key. It can be seen as a support function to other parts in the organization. You're a processor when you centralize certain content functions, but not the actual creation of it. Your corporate team may create the content campaigns with the corporate guidelines, where your local teams are responsible for local content creation to execute a campaign. And you're a platform when you approach your content marketing as a strategic business within your business. Often this is done on a corporate level, and this is separate from local content marketing initiatives. So you need to understand where you are today and have a vision of where you want to go. So here are the key takeaways from this lesson. Content strategy is the management of any tangible media, written, visual or audible, that you create and own. Content marketing is about creating and distributing valuable, relevant and consistent content to generate website traffic and new leads. The content creation framework consists of linked content, conversion content and authority content. It puts your content in the context of the customer journey. A customer persona is a semi-fictional representation of your ideal customer based on market research and real data about your existing customers. Stories are the currency of content marketing, and your story starts with your mission and your editorial statements. And content marketing ROI is how much revenue you gain from your content marketing in comparison to what you spend on creating and distributing your content. In today's video, we are going to be talking about content writing. Now we'll talk about why it is important, how do you write good content, what are the different types of content that you can write for, and for the different types of media that you want to use. And I'm going to share with you some really good content writing tools. I am Mark Kempman, I'm your digital navigator for this video. But before we start, if you like this video, click the like button, and if you want to join our subscribers, click the subscribe button and click on the notifications button as well, so you will get automatic notifications when we come up with new videos. So, you're ready? Let's get started. Let me give you some interesting statistics about content and about content marketing, of which content writing is an important part. Did you know that the content marketing industry is worth more than $400 billion, which is going to grow to close to $900 billion in the next 5 years? 46% of businesses plan to increase their spend in content creation. Content marketing costs 62% less than traditional outbound marketing methods, and it generates 3 times more leads. So quite impressive numbers, yeah? Among buyers of B2B products and services, more than 90% consider content to be worthwhile when they evaluate any business. So we spend on average 7 hours per day consuming digital content. And a lot of this content is being consumed on blogs. Did you know that there are over 500 million blogs on the internet? And on WordPress, about 70 million blog posts are published each month. So these are incredible numbers, and we're going to be talking about that. Yeah, in this section, in this module, we're going to be talking about a very important part of content marketing, which is the actual creation of content, particularly when it comes to writing. Right? So let's get started. What are we going to be talking about? In this video, we are going to be talking about many things in the content marketing industry. Did you know that content writing is one of the fastest changing areas of content marketing? Now, you may wonder what. Let me give you the answer to this. That is mainly because of developments in artificial intelligence. If you use AI or artificial intelligence tools, you actually no longer have to write the content. You let those tools write the content for you. And the only thing you will have to do is to edit the output of the AI tool. Later, I'm going to share some AI tools with you that you can be using for content writing. But to understand these new tools, it is important that you understand the basics of content writing. So in this video, we will look at what is content writing, why proper content writing is important. We'll look at the different types of content that you can write for. We'll look at how to write proper content, and that is a skill in itself. And I'm going to close with giving you some content writing tips. And in the process of going through these topics, I will be sharing with you some interesting content writing tools as well. So let's start at the beginning. What is content writing? Many people, when they think about content writing, they think about writing an article. However, writing content isn't just for a blog. It is for many topics, many other areas that you can write for. You can write for many different areas. You can write a script for your video. You can write for your email newsletter. You can write for the pages of your website. You maybe have to write a keynote speech, maybe for your social media posts. You have to write titles for your podcast, for your videos. Maybe you're going to produce a white paper that you need to write for, or an ebook. Landing pages are very important content that you have to write for. It could be the descriptions for your videos. Remember, we talked about YouTube SEO, and we talked about how important the description of your video is. And writing for SEO purposes, we talked about that in other videos as well. Put it in another way, writing is the foundation for pretty much any content that you publish. So what then is content writing? Content writing, as we say on the slide, is the process of planning, writing and editing web content, typically for digital marketing purposes. So it can include writing a blog post and articles, a script for your videos, it could be writing the show notes for your podcast, and it can also be content for specific social media platforms. The thing they have in common, you have to write it before you can publish it. And that is where the challenge is in content writing. You need to know how to write. And many people, they don't think they know how to write. Well, for those people who are afraid of writing content, rest assured, after this video, you will be a lot less anxious to get your pen or keyboard and put your creative ideas on paper or on the screen. Yes, so that is what the basic essence of content writing is. Now, remember, content writing is not just for a blog post, as I mentioned earlier. Content writing touches every aspect of your digital marketing. Without good written content, your digital marketing strategy will fail, because it's the content that will connect your readers with you. And that content that features everywhere in your digital marketing. And I can't emphasize this enough. I mentioned that before. It is on your blog post, it's on your video script, it's in your email newsletters, it's in your podcast title, it's in your landing pages, in your YouTube video descriptions. There are so many places where your content will feature. And you can replicate the content across those different platforms. So written once for one medium doesn't mean you can't use it on other medium. So what is the goal then of content marketing? The goal of good writing, of content writing, is to connect your readers with your business, and in such a way that you communicate your message effectively and efficiently. And the better you're able to do this, the more likely the reader will engage with you. So it's that engagement that turns into trust and into loyalty. So let me give you an example. You know the Michelin tires. In the early 1900s, the Michelin brothers, they started supplying pneumatic tires to automobiles in France. Now, automobiles were mainly used in Paris. And of course, the Michelin brothers, they wanted to sell their tires to more automobile users, to more car users across the country. Cars weren't that popular yet, but they wanted to give it a push so people would take their cars to the countryside. So Michelin knew that to grow their business, they had to get people to drive their cars outside Paris. And that's when the Michelin Guide was born. Yeah, a book that contained the rating systems for restaurants all over France and also included information about roads across France, where to find gas stations, about hotels, and of course information about how to replace flat tires or how to repair them and other important facts about using a car. So this early example of content marketing became a huge success, and they were able to build a global brand based on the Michelin Guide. And the Michelin Guide is still being used today. So having talked about this, what is content marketing, why then is it so important? Let's have a talk about that. Yeah, the essence of content marketing, as I said earlier, is to guide the customer or your prospects through their buying journey. Yeah, and content writing is key to this. Remember, your content that you give to people or share with people when they don't even know that where they want to go on a vacation, for instance, is different than when they have already made up their mind of going on a beach vacation in Barcelona. Yeah, if I don't know what vacation I want to find content about what are beach holidays, what are city breaks, what are adventure holidays. Yeah, if I know what I want to do, where I want to go, then I want to know informative content. I want to see content about Barcelona, about hotels in Barcelona, about what you can do during beach vacations. Yeah, so it's very important that your content drives your customer or your prospect through that buying journey. So you write content for awareness purposes. Great content that will go viral and reach as many people as possible. By creating well-informed, well-written, well-entertained and useful content, it will drive traffic to your website and you will appear higher in search engine rankings. Next, your content has to convey information. Yeah, where you capture those content, those people that have seen your content, you want to make sure that they want to see more of your content. Yeah, so you need to give them information that will persuade them to take a certain action. I want to download an ebook, or I want to know more information about something, or I want to sign up for a newsletter, or sign up for a webinar, or simply buy your product or service. In doing that, you use your content to turn awareness into interest, which will lead to more sales and will lead to referrals. It's a very simple and effective process. In marketing terms, we call this inbound marketing, where you're going to reach as many people as possible online who will then, if they're interested, come back to you and engage with you. As opposed to outbound marketing, where you will go and get a list of telephone numbers and your salesperson will call everybody one at a time with a script. Now that script needs to be written as well. In fact, that is also content writing. Yeah, but inbound marketing is a much more cost-efficient way of generating leads for businesses these days. So to summarize, instead of reaching out to individual prospects, you publish really good content that drives traffic to your website, which will lead to more leads and ultimately will lead to more sales. So let's talk about the types of content and the types of content formats. Now, when people think about digital content, they mostly think about content for your website, which is the text they see on the web pages. Now, that's very important, but there's a lot more to that. Let me show you an infographic that puts content writing into a perspective. Yep, so that is different types of content. So we'll share the link to this in the description, but here you see the different types of content that can be written for. You have technical writing, you have press release writing, report writing and research writing, SEO content writing, marketing and communication writing, instructional design writing, CSR writing for social causes, editorial and publication writing, feature writing, ghostwriting is a form of content writing as well, where you write for somebody else, business writing, copywriting, that is an interesting form of writing, where you look at really competitive creativity that you need to get to have very strong headlines, for instance. So a lot of different types of content that you can be writing for. So let's focus on the different types that we can use, particularly for marketing. Let me go back to the slides. So here is a summary of the different types when it comes to e-marketing. We're looking at articles. These are pieces that can be published in a newspaper, in a magazine, or in an online publication. And that is a very common type of content that can be written for and that you will use for your marketing purposes. There can be the traditional content like brochure or product descriptions. So a brochure is like an advertising piece that includes a template, a booklet, or a leaflet. And they have information about your products, about your services, of course, as your differentiators and how people can reach out to you. So that is an important part of content as well. Then a very important part of content is content for your website. The pages on your website, the content in your website needs to be written. Each page needs to be written. There needs to be written what you see, but also kind of needs to be written what you don't see, but what the search engine spiders will see. And that's, of course, when we talk about search engine optimization, very important. You write content for emails, like email newsletters. Or it could be just email campaigns. Very important part. You have your headers or your titles of your emails. You have the description, the summary of your emails. Press releases has been a long sort of a very important part of content that we've been written for many, many years. Where in the early pre-internet days, press releases were one of the most important documents to reach out to journalists. Now press releases are just another type of content that you can share with your audience. And then finally, ebooks is a very important type of content. Ebooks were also, we call those lead magnets. They are fantastic for adding to your website where people, when they're interested, can download them. So that's where the magnet comes in. People are interested, they click on download the ebook, but before they download, they have to enter their email address and or their telephone number. So very important, different types of content that you can be focusing on. So here is the big question. Can everybody write good content? So a lot of people think, oh no, I'm not good in writing, so I need to get a copywriter in. Now, before I can answer the question, if everybody is good in content writing, let's discuss the difference between copywriting and content writing. Often they will overlap. And many writers, they act as both a copywriter and a content writer. But then there is a difference. It's a very subtle difference. Copywriters usually focus on persuading readers in selling a brand. It's often short form. It appears on ads, on products, on taglines, and similar types of marketing copy. So it's short, it's punchy, it's capturing the essence in a couple of statements. That's often what we call copywriting. Content writing is usually for longer form content, focusing on informing, educating, or entertaining the readers. It's content, as we said earlier, that takes the reader through their buying journey. So, while it's true that anyone can write, it's not enough to just put the words on a page. Content writers and copywriters must craft something compelling, something original, something engaging, and ultimately something well written. And when you're able to do that, of course, the quality. When you're able to do that, producing high quality content, the benefits are huge. Yeah, it gives you something to use across all your marketing channels. Yeah, so you can turn a blog post into an Instagram post, into a Facebook post, into a tweet, into a blog post on LinkedIn. Yeah, so lots of different things that you can do with a good piece of content. Good content really helps you with search engine optimization. Google will reward you for having new, fresh content on your website by giving you a higher search ranking. Good content helps you establish your authority in your niche or in your industry. Thereby, it helps you in establishing your brand. And also, good content will go viral. It will go wide, it will reach many people, and that means it will reach potentially new customers. So very important to think about these benefits that you will get from good, proper content writing. And as I said, everybody can write content, but your challenge is to make sure your copy that you write is compelling, original, engaging, and ultimately well written. But as I mentioned earlier, there are many tools now, and particularly in the artificial intelligence field, that can help you to turn boring content into very exciting content. So let me give you some tips on how to write exciting content, or as I like to call it, killer content. The first thing you need to do is to define your target audience. Yeah, who are you writing for? Do you understand their needs? Do you understand their interests? Do you understand their pains? Yeah, an ebook for a marketing director will be different than an ebook for a finance director. So you need to know who you're writing for. In digital marketing terms, we talk about customer personas. Yeah, you need to create your customer personas. And here is a tool that I like to share with you. It is a tool from HubSpot, Make My Personas. In HubSpot, it talks about what is a persona, what is a buyer persona. You can learn about that, but here you also see Build My Persona. Yeah, so if you click on that, it takes you through a simple process in a walkthrough mode where you can create your own customer personas. You can also skip the walkthrough mode, and then here you see a typical persona. The name, job title, age, their level of education, what social networks are they using, what is their preferred method of communication, what are their responsibilities, what are their goals and objectives, what are their pain points, their challenges. You do this for your most important customers. So if you're selling to marketing directors, this could be Marketing Jill. Yeah, or finance directors, it could be Finance Joe or Finance Mark. Or if you're talking to women with children who buy shoes, yeah, then it could be Family Jane. Yeah, so very important to create customer personas. Once you've created those customer personas, you're going to look at your next step. It's where you're going to choose a topic. When you choose a topic, you find a topic that you're going to write about that is relevant for your audience and it aligns with your business and your organization goals. A really good tool that you can use here to write proper content is a tool called Google Trend. Google Trends, yeah, it helps you explore what the world is searching for. So let's say I'm going to write an article about remote working. Yeah, then here I see the trends. I want the trends worldwide. And here I can see, give me the trends for the past, let's say, 2004 till present. And here I can see the trends in the term remote working. from 2004 to 2023. Now, these are the volumes of people searching for the term remote working. And interesting that you can see here as well how it develops. And here you see, take for instance this spike. Where did this spike come from? Guess what? This was the start of COVID. Yeah, so there was a surge in people that had to start working remotely, and you see that it gives findings. You see that in the results on Google Trends as well. If this trend would go down, yeah, so take for instance a term like video recorder. Yep, and we're going back to global, worldwide, and we're going to do from 2004 till present. Yeah, so you see clearly very popular in the 2010s, but you don't want to write about video recorders today because it is a dead topic. Okay, so that is the power of Google Search, a very good tool to check the topics that you want to write for. Are they gaining, are they popular? Are they gaining in popularity, or are they going down in popularity? Once you've decided on your topic, you're going to do the next thing and you're going to research the topic. Yeah, so you're going to gather information about your topic from reliable sources. Yeah, you're going to check if there is other people writing about the topic. Can you learn from that? Can you get some ideas from that so you can form your own opinion before you start writing the content? A really good tool that you can use for this is a tool called BuzzSumo. In BuzzSumo, you can just analyze content that has been published on the internet. Yeah, so let's look at working or remote working. Yeah, when I'm going to search for that, then BuzzSumo is going to give me an analysis of the most popular articles on the internet at this moment about the topic remote working. Yeah, you see how much engagement the topic gets, how many shares on Facebook, how much engagement on Reddit, number of links, and here you see the total engagement of that article. Yes, so very good to research articles, because if this is a very popular article, then you may want to read the article and get ideas from that article. Okay, so that is how you analyze content. The next thing you're going to do, once you've analyzed the content, and conducted the research, you're going to create an outline. Yeah, so you're going to come up with ideas. You're going to look at the structure of your content. You're going to look at the topics of your content. You're going to get some ideas about titles for your content. Once you have that outline, like say 5 or 6 bullets, it helps you to stay focused and make sure that your content flows logically. Now, and this is where artificial intelligence comes in. Yeah, this is where you can use tools to help you in creating that outline. A really good and easy tool to use here is a tool called Simplified.com. Yeah, in Simplified.com, it helps you to write for AI purposes. If I go home, you can see you can write content, you can write a YouTube script, you can expand sentences, you can make them shorter, and there's a lot more that you can do. There's a full blog wizard. It can write a full blog post for you. Yep, but you can also just create a new document. Let me show you. I'm not going to demo the whole product, but here you can see the flow that you will go through. So the first thing, you want blog titles and ideas. Yeah, and there are templates that I can pick for this. Yeah, the topic is going to be, let's say, remote working. Yep, and now I'm going to just click generate, and the tool is now going to generate blog titles for me. Yeah, so 7 ways to make remote working a success for you and your company. The top 10 benefits of working remotely. 8 steps for a successful remote working setup. The benefits of working remotely, etc. So let's take, for instance, sort of the top 10 benefits of working remotely. What I'm going to do, I'm going to add this to my article. There we have it, number 1. Yeah, and if you look at the topics here, it can also create your blog introduction, the section completer, a conclusion paragraph. It can even put it into the customer buying journey framework. So it is unbelievable what these type of AI tools can do for you. Another very powerful and very simple product that I often use is a tool called Quillbot. If I go to Quillbot, it's a paraphrasing tool. Yeah, and this is free. You can use standard and fluency for free. You just type in or paste the piece of text that you want to rewrite, and then you click paraphrase. Yeah, you can increase the number of synonyms, you can make it fluent, formal, simple, creative, expand and shorten the text. A very simple but powerful tool to paraphrase content. So watch this space. Yeah, the artificial intelligence is taking the digital marketing world by storm. Okay, once you've got your outline written, you're then going to write a very compelling headline. Writing the compelling headline is probably one of the most important parts of your copywriting that people will remember. Yeah, so and that headline must summarize what the content is all about, but also it should grab people's attention. Now there are many tools that you can use to check your title. Yeah, and just search for tool to check title. Yeah, and then you will come up with a whole selection of tools that you can use for this. Also think about the paragraphs and the bullet points. It's very important to break your content into short paragraphs and to use bullet points to make it easier for people to read and to scan your article. There's another reason why short paragraphs and bullet points are so important. Google likes them. And particularly when it comes to mobile search, where Google needs to place short content as answers to queries that people have, they prefer to have bulleted content to actually use for answering queries that people have. So finally, there are a few more tips. We have subheadings. Subheadings are very important, and formatting is important. Yeah, headings are the first level of your writing masterpiece. Yeah, so headings is sort of the title of your document. They introduce the topic, they introduce the paragraph. So the heading let the reader know where they are in the document or the blog post. They can also include keywords, yeah, that relate to the topic. And again, that's good for your search optimization. The heading is an essential part of the content that you're writing because it tells the reader what to expect from that piece of text. Subheadings are the second level of a document. They introduce a topic or a paragraph. Their function is to break up longer sections into smaller, more manageable pieces. Think of it as a bullet point under your heading. So headings and subheadings are the signposts of your content. They indicate the summary of a section written under a heading or subheading. So it helps people to quickly understand the section that is following. And then of course the formatting is important to let pieces of content come out as well, like bold, italics, underlining, using different colors that can make your content more visually appealing. Right, so now that we looked at how you can write proper content, yeah, the final piece is of course to edit and proofread and edit. Yes, so constant editing is very important. You may want to have multiple people contributing to your document. Yeah, so very useful to ask your colleagues to have a look at the document and maybe add their comments, add their ideas to the content as well. And then when your final piece is ready, make sure that before you publish it, you proofread it for spelling and grammar errors. Yeah, and that's where word processors these days, of course, they all have spelling checkers. So that's the minimum you should do, is to have a spelling checker go through your document. Now, typos are very easy to miss when you check it on your screen. So my advice is to print your document, and then read it on paper. That will give you a different view of your document, and you will see that you often take out typos. If it is a shorter document, a very powerful way to proofread is to read it backwards. Yeah, because when you're reading it backwards, you're not thinking ahead of what the sentence actually will be, but you're just analyzing each word by itself. Good, so that is all about writing proper content. Let me close today's session with some particular content writing tips. First of all, know your purpose. We talked about that. Make sure that you know what you're writing, you know who you're writing it for. Do you want your content to inform? Do you want it to convince? Do you want it to entertain? Yeah, so what is your content going to be about, and who is it going to be for? So know your purpose. I always use a very simple acronym, KISS. Keep it simple. Sometimes I use KISS with 2 S's. Keep it simple and stupid. Use clear, concise language, and avoid jargon or technical terms that may be confusing to your audience. Ask your mum to read it, because if she doesn't understand it, then maybe some of your customers may not understand it. Very important to keep it simple. And since you're so involved in your product and services, for you the technical terms are day-to-day language. For your readers, they are probably not day-to-day language. Use active voice. Yes, so writing active voice makes your content more engaging. Yes, so you're not talking about that day the people of our company decided, but you say that day we decided. Yes, so use terms like we, like us in your document. So use the active voice. That makes it much easier to engage with. Use images and media. Of course, text is the core element of your content writing, but you can spice up your document with images and media, or videos and other forms of media. Make it visually appealing. People read, but people will remember what they see, and people will remember what they hear. So yes, your content writing is important, but spice it up with good video, good images and other forms of media. Yeah, now when you use images or photos, make sure that you're using royalty-free videos or photos, or that you pay royalties on the photos that you want to use. There's no better images to use than your own images. Yeah, so use your own photos. Do a photo shoot for your products and create your own library of photos. If you want to use royalty-free photos, one of my favorite tools for that is a tool called Gratisography. In Gratisography, there's truly unique, usually whimsy photos. So they are slightly different than the photos you would get from the traditional photo libraries. Yep, so be aware, make sure that you use photos of the best content in your content that you're creating. Use formatting to your advantage. We talked about formatting. Use headings, bullet points, bolding, color can make it a lot easier to read. So use that to your advantage. And then use the storytelling technique. Now, storytelling is a term that has come into marketing a number of years ago, particularly when everybody started talking about content marketing. People are naturally drawn to stories. Yeah, and there are lots of techniques that you can use to create stories to make your content more engaging and more memorable. So storytelling is a concept that is now adopted by most brands that are online, because again, people will remember good stories. So let me give you my 5 C's of storytelling. The first C is the C of circumstance. So when you create your content, write the circumstance, write the environment, write the situation that you're trying to describe, to portray. The next C is the C for curiosity. People are curious, so address this curiosity feeling. Put questions, make people curious about the answers that you're going to give them. Yeah, so curiosity is a very important part of your storytelling. The next C is the C of characters. People identify with characters. If you create a character in your story, use a character, whether it's a hero, whether it's a villain, then people will identify with those characters and they often remember those characters. Those characters have conversations, and that is the fourth C of storytelling. People have conversations, so let your characters tell stories, have conversations with other people. And then the final C is the C of conflict. And to me, that is one of the most powerful aspects of storytelling. It is conflict. Every good story has a conflict. Good movies have a hero and have a villain. Good movies have adversity and have good luck, or have a world without the adversity. Yeah, so it's conflict. It is two sides of the coin. Yeah, it's positive, it's negative. It's here, it's there. So create that conflict in your story. One of the companies that uses storytelling at its best is a company called Airbnb. You may have booked through Airbnb, but Airbnb is fantastic in storytelling. So here is a section of their website. It's called Airbnb Experiences. Unforgettable activities hosted by locals. So this is where local people who are having their Airbnb on who are having their house or their chalet or their condo on Airbnb, where they share their stories of things to do in the environment that they where they will rent the house. So very powerful in content marketing and in storytelling. So have a look at this. It is really good. Okay, so that is the telling your story as a very important part of your content marketing. So the next thing you want to focus in on is making sure that your content has very strong calls to action. When people read your content, make sure that they have somewhere where they can click to go to the next step. Yeah, that could be registering for a newsletter, signing up for a webinar, or getting more information, or downloading an ebook. Calls to action are vital in digital marketing, because in the end, you want your reader to become a customer. And then it goes without saying, make sure that you have a consistent tone and style throughout your content. So we call this a house style. So many brands, before they start creating content, they have a document which summarizes their house style, their tone of voice, their visual identity, the colors that they're using, the fonts they're using, how you can use the logo, etc. It's all about creating a cohesive and professional image. And then there's two more tips that I want to share with you before we wrap up. Make sure that you keep your content up to date. Yeah, there's various reasons why you want to do that. To make sure that your customers, when they read your content, read the latest and the greatest. Second, it helps you to put new life in your document. If new things have happened in your industry, add that to your document and republish it again. So it means that your document remains relevant, is accurate, and Google likes that as well. And then finally, as part of your storytelling, use examples and use anecdotes, use real life examples to help illustrating your points, to make your content more relatable and more engaging. And that is where storytelling comes in, that's where your conversations come in, that's where your characters come in. And often customers are very good characters to talk about your product and can give you examples in the content that you are writing.
Now let me tell you about Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing created in collaboration with Purdue University and Meta Blueprint. With this program, you will learn everything from the fundamentals of digital marketing to the latest trends and techniques used by top marketers worldwide. You will explore SEO, SEM, content marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and more. This program is led by industry experts who bring their real-world experience to the classroom, giving you an insider's perspective on what it takes to succeed in the digital marketing world. If you're looking to jumpstart your career in digital marketing or take your skills to the next level, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in digital marketing is the perfect place to start. To learn more about the course, you can click the link in the description box below.
Welcome to the Simplilearn YouTube channel. In today's video, we are going to be talking about the Google Keyword Planner, a tool that will help you putting together your Google Ads campaign, or it can also help you in deciding for your keywords for your search engine optimization. We will talk about what is Google Keyword Planner, how do you use it, and what are the benefits of it, and how can you sort of bypass some of its shortcomings. I am Mark Kempman, I'm your digital navigator for this video. And before we start, if you like the video, click the like button. And of course, if you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel, then click below on the subscribe button. Right, so let me start by giving you some interesting stats about Google advertising. Google is the undisputed market leader when it comes to digital advertising. Their market share is over 80%, followed by Bing, Yahoo and Yandex. Now 63% of people who are online, they do click on Google Ads. And you may hear that people always say, I never click on ads, but people actually do. And a lot of those ads are actually on mobile. 33% of mobile ad spending goes actually to Google. So Google's ad revenue in the third quarter in 2022 was $54 billion US. Yeah, that is an annual revenue of over $200 billion, which is a staggering amount. The beauty about advertising on mobile or on desktop is that it gives you an immediate sort of payback. Yeah, therefore the PPC generates twice as many visitors than, for instance, search engine optimization does. But PPC costs money compared to SEO does not cost money other than your own time and resources. So Google advertising is there, it's there to stay, and it is one of the major channels that you should be using for reaching out to your audiences. So let's then have a look at one of the most important tools that Google makes available to help you with putting together your advertising campaigns, which is the Google Keyword Planner. Yep, so, and by the way, if you want to know, Google Keyword Planner is a free tool. Yep, so you don't have to buy it. It is embedded in the Google Ads tool that Google has, and I will show you later in the demo how to access it and how to use it. So here are the topics that we will be talking about in this video. We're going to be talking about what is Google Planner. We'll look at important terms related to Google Keyword Planner. We'll look at some of the features of Google Keyword Planner, and then I will be giving you a demo of how to use Google Keyword Planner, what are the best parts of Google Keyword Planner, and how can you bypass some of its shortcomings. And then I will close the presentation with some tips and tricks on Google Keyword Planner. So before we go into Google Keyword Planner, let's talk about keywords. Yeah, keywords, we use them everywhere, and they serve as the foundation of nearly every marketing campaign that we launch online. Whether you're deploying Google Ads, cleaning up content for SEO, helping your products to be found on Amazon, keywords are at the heart of how you connect with your customers or your ideal prospects. So they are used for pay-per-click and for SEO purposes. In the context of an SEO campaign, a keyword is a phrase, a query that the searcher types into the browser to get a list of results. Examples of SEO keywords could include words like accounting software, QuickBooks for self-employed workers, or online bookkeeping solutions. Now, PPC keywords are used for your advertising like Google Ads. You add the keywords to your Google Ads setup to help determine when and where your ad should appear. Yep, so somebody types in a query, Google matches that query with ads that contain that query. Yep, and then with various calculations, it will show the ads that best answers the query. So a great keyword list can help improve the performance of your ads and help you to avoid a high price to pay for your ads. Poor keywords can ultimately cause you to have higher price to pay for your ad and lower ad positions. So at the beginning of any SEO or PPC campaign, you should plan to invest time to do your keyword research. Much of this process can be automated, and Google Keyword Planner is a fantastic tool that can help you with that. But remember, in the end, it's still humans who need to look over the list to properly determine the keyword relevance. So let's have a look at some of the features of Google Keyword Planner and what Google Keyword Planner actually is. So Google Keyword Planner is a tool that helps advertisers find the right keywords to target for their Google ad campaigns. Yeah, it helps you research the keywords for your search campaigns, and you can also discover new keywords related to your business. You could identify your competitors' keywords and get ideas around the keywords that your competitors are using. Additionally, Google Keyword Planner will give you volumes, estimates of the searches that those keywords receive and the cost you would potentially pay when you use those keywords in your advertising campaign. Yeah, so Google Keyword Planner allows you to see how often certain keywords are searched for on Google, and it provides data of the cost of running the ads for those keywords. So you get also suggestions for related keywords. It's great if you don't really know where to start as far as finding keywords for your ads. So very important to know that Google also provides the average cost for your ads to show on searches for a keyword. So it's easier to pick and choose which keywords best suit your strategy and your budget. So Google Keyword Planner is a useful tool for identifying the most effective keywords to use in your ad campaign. And, as I said before, as well for estimating the potential cost and reach of a campaign. So knowing how frequently keywords in your industry are searched for is extremely important for your campaign, because you wouldn't want to target keywords that no one is using, but you also want to target keywords that have a ridiculously high search volume, because they tend to be more competitive. And when they're more competitive, you will have to pay a higher price to target those keywords. So to summarize, Google Keyword Planner helps you discover new search keywords. It shows you average monthly search numbers for those keywords. It helps you to determine the cost, and it helps you to create new search ad campaigns. So all in all, a very powerful tool that you can use for your Google ad campaigns, which is also completely integrated with Google Ads. So the keyword list that you create in Google Keyword Planner, you can then bring directly into your Google ad campaign setup. So here are some important terms related to Google Keyword Planner. So there is keywords, of course. Keywords, now what is a keyword? A keyword is a word or a phrase that users type into a search engine to find information on a particular topic. From an end user perspective, you could say it's a query. Yeah, and advertisers use those keywords to target their ads to users who are searching for specific products or services, or have questions around problems that they have. Now, search volume is the number of times a particular keyword is searched for on Google over a certain period of time. So Keyword Planner provides you data on search volume to help you understand how popular certain keywords are. Match type refers to the way in which a keyword will trigger an ad. Google offers several different match types, like broad match, phrase match, and exact match. It goes from exact match, where Google will actually only look at the exact word or phrase that you specified as a keyword, compared to broad match, where it will look at a much broader sort of range of keywords in relation to the search term that you defined in your Google Ads setup. An ad group is the container for your keywords. Yeah, it's a set of keywords that are related to a specific theme or topic. So ad groups are used to organize and structure your ad campaign, and each ad group can have its own sets of ads and targeting options in relation to the keywords that you specify. Keywords can be negative, as we say. Yeah, so negative keywords is a word or phrase that Google will not show an ad for when it comes to certain search queries. Yes, so it helps you to avoid wasting impressions on irrelevant searches, and thereby it improves the relevance of your ads. So if your keyword is accounting, because you're selling accounting software, you don't want people who search for accounting jobs to see your ad, because they will not be interested in buying your accounting software. So you can specify jobs as a negative keyword. As I said earlier, Google Keyword Planner will also give you traffic estimates. Traffic estimates are estimates of the potential reach and cost of an ad campaign based on the selected keywords. And Keyword Planner provides those traffic estimates to help you with your budget setting and targeting options for your campaigns. There are important metrics as well that are related to Google Keyword Planner, and therefore of course also related to Google Ads. A cost per click is the amount that you will pay each time a user clicks on your ad. Yeah, that's why we call Google Ads pay-per-click advertising. You're not paying, by default, you're not paying on when people see your ad. You will pay when people click on your ad. And of course, what you want to know for your campaign, what is the average cost per click? You also want to know what the click-through rate for your campaign is. That is a ratio of the number of times an ad was clicked in comparison to the number of times it was shown, and that expressed as a percentage. So two important indicators, cost per click and click-through rate. Finally, there is a very important term, is what we call long-tail keywords. Yeah, they are more specific keyword phrases that visitors are more likely to use when they're closer to a point of purchase. Yeah, so a normal keyword can be dog food. Yeah, and you see it has a very high search volume, which means the higher the search volume, the more likely you will pay a higher cost per click, because the competition is very high for those keywords. Yeah, so what brands do, what the companies do, is actually they step away from the intense competition on the long-term keyword or the short-term keywords like dog food, and they move to longer-term keywords like how to make dog food at home. It gives you a lower search volume, but the chance that people will engage with you on your ad is bigger because they are closer to that point of purchase. Okay, so those are long tail keywords. Right, so let's have a look at some of the keyword planner features. So to summarize, yeah, Google Keyword Planner gives you search volume data for keywords. Once you put the keyword in, you get that volume data, but it will also give you ideas for keywords. Yep, and it will actually automatically group those ideas for you in potential ad groups that you can use. It will then give you traffic estimates, and you can use filters as well to make your keyword list more specific. Right, so let's have a look at how Google Keyword Planner works. Yeah, and it's important to understand that before you can use Google Keyword Planner, you will need to have a Google Ad account. Yep, and you can create that by going to Google Ad. You will have to put in your credit card or debit card. Yeah, but as long as you're not publishing any campaigns, you won't get charged by Google. So there's no risk for you when you enter your credit card details. Okay, and then when you're in, I'll show you in a minute where you can find it, then you just start entering your keywords, and then Google Keyword Planner will do the rest for you. So let's have a look at how Google Keyword Planner works. First of all, we need to go to Google Ads. So let's type in Google Ads, and I assume, or the fact is you will need a Google Ads account to be able to access Google Keyword Planner. So when I sign into my Google Ads account, I click here on the account that I want to use for this demo, and this takes me to the Google Ads interface. So this is of course a different topic to talk about Google Ads, which we will do in other videos. For now, it is important to find out where do I find Google Keyword Planner and how do I access it. So when you click here on the top on Tools and Settings, you will here see all the tools that you have available for planning, for your shared library, for bulk actions, for measurements, setting up your Google Ads, billing for your Google Ads. But here under the planning, you see Keyword Planner, and that takes you straight to the Google Keyword Planner. So here is the interface. So here you see plans that you've created for keywords. Yeah, so you can save your keywords into ad groups. You can save those ad groups into plans. And what you can then do is import those plans, as it were, in your Google Ads campaign. But what we're particularly interested in for now is how do I discover new keywords and how do I get search volumes and forecasts. Those are the two areas where you can get data about your keywords. So let's start with looking at discover the keywords. So here you go. And there's two ways to find keywords. You can start with keywords. You can also start with a website. So what you do here, you put in the keywords that you want to look for. So I can here put, for instance, SEO. I can put in link building, and I can put in a keyword research. And click on that. Yep, so I can unfiltered, unrelated keywords, I can put that in and entering a site, so I can make it as specific as possible, but let's go for these three keywords. get the results. Yeah, and here you see my 3 keywords, and here you see a whole range of keyword ideas. Yeah, and that is of course, very powerful, very useful information. These are all words in relation to my 3 words that I specified: SEO, link building, and keyword research. Now, what is the data it will give you? The average monthly searches. You see that here in bands from 10K to 100K, from 1K to 10K. It will give you the competition level for the keywords. Now bear in mind, this is competition level for Google pay-per-click advertising. It is not a competition level for the actual keyword. So, yep, and then here you see the top of page bid, the low range, and here you see the top of bid, high range. Yes, so that is kind of the interface. Here you have your keyword view. You can specify your columns. You can exclude ideas, in this case adult suggestions, and here you can add filters. And here you can refine your keywords, and we're going to have a look at that in a minute. Yep, here you can specify the country. Yep, so we've got United Kingdom. You can say where do you want to search for, and here you put in the period, and that is in this case January to December 2022. So that is sort of the high level interface when it comes to getting ideas for keywords. So let's go back and do a bit more details on this. Yeah, so let me take a word like t-shirt, and what are the ideas that I'm getting, and I click here, get results. So here now I'm getting a whole range of ideas, yeah, on keywords. So now there may be keywords that I don't want in here. Yeah, so this is where I can specify and refine my keywords. So here I can say do brand or non-branded. So I don't want any keywords in relation to specific brands. So I can take those out. Yeah, so your Nike keywords are gone. Yeah, so your Adidas keywords are gone. So it is a lot more specific now. Yeah, so you can also say, for instance, I don't want t-shirts with, no, I don't want Playboy t-shirt. Yeah, so what I can do, I can go to filters, I can add a filter, and here I can say exclude. In this case, keyword text does not contain white, for instance. Yep, so that will mean it will take all the t-shirts out where the word white comes in. Yep, so that is how you can get be more specific with your keywords and filter them to be more specific and more relevant for you. All right, so what you can then do, you can actually select a few of the keywords that you say, hey, these are relevant for me, and you can say, okay, I am going to put them in a plan. I can put them in an existing plan, or I can put them in a new plan. I can put them into an ad group. Yeah, or I can also look at the match type for those keywords. Yeah, so I can put them as broad match, phrase match, and exact match. And then I can add the keywords to create my plan. Okay, I can copy the keywords. There's more that I can do. I can add them as negative keywords. Yeah, so those are kind of the functionalities that you have when you search for your keywords. So let's have a look now at do a bit more on your keywords when it comes to competition and when it comes to long tail. So let's close this. Let's do a search on keywords for the term e-bike. Yep, so I'm going to get my results. And what I want to do, I want to look for the keywords with a low competition. Yeah, so here you see the high competition and the low competition. I can sort them going up and going down. Yes, I'm going to sort so low. And now remember, this competition is for ads. Yeah, so this is not competition for your search engine optimization. Yeah, so here when you look at low competition keyword, look at this one. Yeah, stealth bomber e-bike. Here you see that is a very popular keyword with low competition, which has a year-on-year change of 900%. Yeah, so that is how you can find your trending keywords. Yeah, so this could be a very relevant keyword for you. Yep, so there is also your 3 months change, so you can look at seasonal keywords. So I can also search for the term, for instance, holiday sweater, get results. Yeah, and if I now look at my 3 months change, I can look at seasonal keywords. Yeah, so look at this, Pull and Bear Christmas sweater, holiday sweater, ugly Christmas sweater. Yeah, funny. So here you see the sweaters specifically when it comes to seasonal patterns. So important that you identify those as well. Yeah, now, how do you find lucrative keywords? You're going to look at the top of page bid, yeah, and see if they have a commercial value. So what you do is you're going to look at the top of page bid high range, yeah, and from low. So here you see, we go back to high range. Yep, so here you see that these terms, like the Bowden Christmas sweater, has a fairly high top of page price. Yeah, so a bid price, which means there is a good commercial value for this sweater, which also means that you could then use that for your SEO, because a lot of people will be searching for that keyword. So there's a high commercial value, and that is good for your organic ranking. So lots of features that you can get here out of your Google Keyword Planner. Okay, so now that you've understand the basics of Google Keyword Planner, let's have a look at some tips that will give you more functionality in the Google Keyword Planner. So one of the big issues that I have with Google Keyword Planner is the fact that my average monthly searches are in a range between here, for example, ebook. I didn't want ebook, I wanted e-bike. Yeah, so that is a range, so between 10 and 100,000 average monthly searches. Now, that range is so wide that doesn't do anything for me. So how can I bring exact average monthly searches into my Google Keyword Planner? Now, there's two ways of doing that. The first way of doing that is go to the forecast section for with the word e-bike, for instance. Yep, and I'm going to add a keyword, and I'm going to type e-bike. Yep, I'm going to add the keyword to the ad group, which is test. I'm clicking create, and I'm going to save my keyword. Now here you see what the details is that you get. Yeah, so I can get, based on this data, here you see the average cost per acquisition, number of clicks. But what I want to do here, I want to look at not the maximize conversions, but I want to look at the maximize clicks, and I'm going to apply that. Yeah, I'm going to put it into a slightly bigger, let's have a look here. Yeah, so here I have the data. So here you see I can get 2 conversions for £140 with a £5 average daily budget. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to click on the highest price, the highest budget that I would spend of this, of let's say 520, and let's see how that changes my data. So then here you see that with this highest price for the term e-bike, yeah, I can get about 30,000 impressions. And because I took the highest price, that would be giving me the highest number of impressions, so I could say that on average the e-bike for this period, the monthly number of impressions that you would get would be 30,000. Yeah, so that is a way to get more exact search volumes for your keywords. Another way of getting average monthly search details is by using an external tool called Keyword Everywhere. Keyword Everywhere is basically for Google search. So if I type in e-bike here in Google search, it will give me search volumes here in under the search terms, and I can see additional keywords as well. But once I've activated it, yeah, so I'm going to switch it on, yeah, so to get these details, I can now go back to my keyword ideas. If I do a refresh, and because I've activated the Google Chrome plugin, I go back to discover new keywords, I type in e-bike, I'm getting the results, and see what I'm getting now. I'm getting exact volumes, I'm getting cost per click, I'm getting competition, and I get trends for that keyword or those keywords as well. So this all of a sudden adds a lot of value to your Google Keyword Planner when it comes to the monthly search volumes. So a very powerful tool. Now, it basically works on the basis of credits that you buy. Each keyword that it shows you the search volumes is costing you 1 credit. Yeah, and you buy 100,000 credits for $10. That basically gives you 100,000 keywords as part of your research. So it is a good deal, I think, to get the credits for your Keyword Everywhere tool. Okay, so that is how to unlock search volumes in Google Keyword Planner. Let's look at let me switch it off to go back to the core functionality. Switching off Keywords Everywhere. Let's do a refresh. Yeah, so we're going to discover new ideas. We're going back to the e-bike, and we're going to see that I can make my search results local. Yeah, with a local dimension. So here I can type United Kingdom, but I can make my locations more specific. Yeah, so I can also say, for instance, let's do London. Yes, so I now have United Kingdom and London, so I'm going to take United Kingdom out, and I now have London-based search volumes. Yep, so that's what you can get by changing the location. I'm going to look at the popularity of search locations. So I'm going to look at forecasts. I'm going to, let's say, test is the keyword, the ad group. Here I'm going to type in Super Bowl. Okay, I'm going to click Save. And I'm going to change the location to the United States. Okay, I don't need the United Kingdom, so I'm going to click Save. Yeah, so here I'm getting my conversion data, but if I scroll down, then here you can see what are the top states when it comes to using that keyword. Yep, so that is a really powerful way to look at locations. You could also be even more specific. I can here say, okay, give me zip codes, for instance. So you can search by zip codes as well, and you can see how the popularity is around zip codes. So finally, what you can do here as well is to look at the various devices that people are using for those search terms. Okay, so that is it what I want to share with you on Google Keyword Planner. You've seen the basic operation, and I also gave you some ways to get additional functionality, and particularly ways to get more detailed search volumes. So now that you've seen all the ins and outs of Google Keyword Planner, its functionality, and how to overcome some of its shortcomings, let's close with giving you some tips and tricks on using Google Keyword Planner. First of all, make sure you use broad and specific match types when you enter your keywords to get as wide a range of keywords possible in your keyword lists. Also, make sure that you research your competition just go to enter the website of your competition and see what keywords come up with that your competitors may be using that you have forgotten. So you can then take those keywords and get additional keyword ideas around those keywords that your competition is using. Make use of negative keywords. I explained negative keywords earlier. Yeah, keywords like jobs, like free, like promotion. Yeah, filter those out in your keyword lists so you have the best sort of clicks in your Google ads. Google Keyword Planner is not the only tool. Combine your keyword data with other tools like SEMrush or Ahrefs and like the Keywords Everywhere tool that I explained to you and how that can enrich the data you have in your Google Keyword Planner. And then finally, experiment with different keywords and ad groups while you're running your campaign. Google will give you campaign results, it will give you suggestions, it will give you the most popular keywords that people are using. So every time check your campaign settings and your ad groups and your keywords, and you may want to fine-tune those. In today's video, we are going to be talking about how to start a blog. And we'll be discussing what is a blog post, should you start a blog, how do you start a blog, and what are the pros and the cons of blogging. In the process of presenting all this to you, I will share some interesting blogs with you, and I will also share some cool tools that you can use in developing your blog, setting up your blog, and writing your blog post. But before all this, I am Mark Kempman. I'm your digital navigator for this video. And if you like the video, press the like button. And of course, if you want to subscribe to our channel, click on the subscribe button below. So, are you ready? Let me start with giving you a few facts about blogs. Did you know that there are over more than 600 million blogs on the internet? Over 2 million blog posts are published every day. 77% of internet users, they regularly read blogs. And articles that include visuals like photos or graphics or videos, they in general get over 90% more views than those articles without visuals. When it comes to blogging platforms, one of the most popular blogging platforms is Tumblr. Over 495 million blogs. But for businesses, it is not used that much. There are the more popular platforms for businesses, and WordPress is one of them. There are 60 million blogs powered by WordPress. And blogs are the second most common form of media used in content marketing. Yeah, so some really exciting facts about blogging and about the number of blogs on the internet. But let's dive right into it and let's go into what are we going to be talking about. First of all, what does a blog stand for? Yeah, so let's discuss that in the context of the timeline of the history of blogs. So blogs, they sort of emerged around just when the internet came about in 1994, 1995. And there was a guy called Justin Hall. He started a personal blog while he was studying at, say, a college in America, becoming one of the first widely read bloggers. In the late 90s, when the internet was a bit more accepted, the first blogs are created primarily serving as personal journals for a small group of friends or for your family. In the early 2000s, blogging tools and blogging services became widely available. And this is also when I had my first exposure to blogs, when my son went on a gap year and he traveled to Asia, to Vietnam and to Cambodia, and he uploaded his photos in internet cafes that he found in those countries for his travel blog. So it made it very easy in those early days for people to create and maintain their own blog. In 2002, the term blog was coined and became widely used to describe a website that serves as an online journal or diary. And that's where the term blog came from. Like it was a weblog, it was a big log, it was a big web, it helps you to read the web. Yeah, so different angles, but the overall term blog becomes used to describe a website that serves as an online journal or a diary. So a weblog is kind of the closest to what a blog really stands for. So it then started to become very popular in the sort of the 2005-2010 era, when it started to be picked up by businesses as well. The wide range of topics and styles, from personal journals to photography blogs to recipe blogs, and people really started to see the power of blogging. And in 2010 and onwards, it became a mainstream form of communication and self-expression, with millions of blogs covering every possible subject and serving every possible audience. And businesses really jumped on this. And today, it is one of the most significant roles being played by blogs in the rise of social media. And it has a profound impact on the way people communicate and consume information online. Yeah, so that is a short introduction of blogging. Let's have a quick look at what we're going to be talking about. First, I'm going to be digging into a blog. What is a blog? And then what is a blog post? And what are the characteristics of blog posts? Because clearly a blog and a blog post is different than a default or a standard web page. Next question is that we're going to answer: should you start a blog? Yeah, some people, they are excited about blogging and they go straight into it, where other people, they're not quite sure. Yeah, so let me give you some tips and guidelines if you want to start a blog, and when you want to start it, how do you start a blog? So that's what we'll be looking at as well. And then we'll close today's session with a look at the pros and cons of starting a blog. And in the meantime, in the process of presenting all this, I will share with you lots of tools, lots of suggestions, and lots of ideas on starting your own blog. So let's talk about the features of a blog. What is a blog? Now, a blog is a type of website serving as an online journal or a diary. And a blog consists of a number of posts on a particular topic or a theme. Okay, so that is, it's a blog post is kind of the container for a range of articles around a particular theme. Now, it can be created by individuals, it can be created by companies, by businesses, organizations, serving various purposes. It could be for personal expression of ideas, it could be for marketing, it could be for journalism, or even for activism. The beauty about a blog is that it is so easily created and managed using blogging software or blogging services. And all that software and all those services are available online. Some are for free, some are premium, but it is very easy to get started with your blog. And those blogging software platforms, they include features such as commenting systems, so that allows you to get engagement with your readers. So it is based as a standalone website, or on social media networks, or content management systems. Yep, so there's different ways that you can set up your blog, but it plays a significant rise in the growth of social media, and has a profound impact on the way people communicate and the way people consume information. So then, what is a blog post? A blog post is any article, any news piece or guide that is published in the blog section of a website. Okay, so it typically covers a specific topic or a query, and is educational in nature. And it ranges from 600 to 2,000, 2,500 words. The typical blog includes the title. Title is very important. The title conveys the topic of the post. It then has a body of text with in-depth information and commentary on the topic. It then has images or multimedia elements like video or infographics to illustrate the content. And it's very important to visualize what you're trying to say in your blog post. Other important elements of your blogs are hyperlinks to other resources that you use to form your opinion about what you're writing about. And very important, because when you have a blog, you will have many articles. So you want to give people access to all those articles as well, and easy access. So in blogs, they use categories or tags to categorize and organize all the blog posts. And you can search in those categories, search in those tags to access other blog posts. Good blogs also contain a commenting system for reader feedback. There are sharing buttons for social media sharing. There's a publication date, and there is also a short byline of the author with a biography or a description. Yeah, so those are the typical characteristics of a blog post that you will find in any blog. So, as I said earlier, a blog post incorporates visual elements like photos, videos, infographics, even interactive charts to make the topic that is being written about come to life, to explain a topic or answer a question. And they are very important because, first of all, they grab your attention. Yeah, because visuals are more eye-catching than text and can quickly grab the reader's attention, making them more likely to continue to read the post. Visuals also help you to break up the text. Large block of text can be quite overwhelming for readers. So when you add visuals in between those large blocks, it becomes more visually appealing. It also helps in explaining the topic, so people have a better understanding of what you're trying to talk about. Visuals can help you illustrate complex concepts and ideas, so it's easier to understand but also easier to retain. Another important aspect of visuals is that you can evoke emotions, particularly when you are using video in your blog post as well. So it makes the reading experience more engaging, more memorable. Google likes it as well when you have visuals or videos in your blog post. It really helps you with your search engine optimization. Yes, so it's easier for readers to find the post then in search engines like Google or Bing or Yahoo. And then finally, visuals, they play a crucial role in enhancing the reader's experience and make the blog post more effective in presenting and explaining and conveying the information and ideas. A really good blog that uses visuals in a very good way is socialmediaexaminer.com. Yeah, I really like Social Media Examiner. It's a typical blog. It is almost like not recognizable as a blog website, but it is based on a huge collection of articles covering all topics around social media. And to access their library of visual posts, you go to the About Us, and here you have the range of articles on Web3, on Instagram marketing, Facebook marketing, YouTube marketing. So let's go to Instagram marketing, and immediately you see all the content around Instagram. Yep, and if I go to one of their blog posts, how to use Instagram for business, then here you see immediately there is a visual that explains the overall blog post and what it is all about. Yep, and then it uses visuals as well in the blog post to make it very clear and explain exactly how things work and how you should use specific functionality, with links to other tools and tools resources. Yeah, so it has a really good visual appeal, making it very easy for subscribers to consume the content. Okay, so that is what a blog post in general is about. Yep, so let's look at a few more details here. Yeah, another very important aspect of a blog is the writing style. Yeah, blog posts are typically written in conversational style or in personal style or in informal style. Yeah, so blog posts, they should have a conversational or an informal tone, as if the writer is speaking directly to the reader, because that makes it more relatable and more engaging. It's also personal, so includes personal anecdotes, personal experience, personal opinions, and add a unique human touch to the blog posts. You therefore use an active voice, instead of passive voice. So we talk about I think we want to do this instead of they think they want to do that. So make it clear and concise, which is allowing it to be easy to read and understand. Use simple language. Try to avoid technical jargon. Another important aspect of the writing is the attention-grabbing headline. It's a headline that is attention-grabbing, clearly articulates what the content of the post is all about, and it encourages people to read the blog post. People love headings of blog posts or titles of blog posts with numbers. 5 things you should do to achieve this, or 4 things you may have missed. Yeah, then there is the paragraphs and the subheadings. Make them short, break the text up in short paragraphs and use those subheadings to make it easier for the reader to scan the article as well. And then a very important aspect of your blog is to make sure that you have engaging calls to action. Yeah, a strong and compelling call to action can encourage readers to engage with your content. And you can ask for those call to actions. Ask people to comment, ask people to share, or ask people to take some other action like signing up for the blog or signing up for a newsletter. Yes, so now, of course, there's no fixed method of writing your blog. Make sure that you write your blog to the style of your audience. Yeah, so be flexible. Meet the specific needs of your target audience. Now, a key question, of course, should you start a blog? Yeah, some people are natural writers and it makes sense for them to start a blog. Some people haven't got a clue, but they're very passionate about something. Yeah, and the more passionate you are about something, the easier it will be for you to share your thoughts and ideas. But before I go into more detail in this question, let's have a look at some of the most popular blog categories, and let's have look at some example blogs that really stand out. So there are many popular blog titles, but here are some of the most popular topics. First of all, there are lifestyle blogs. Yeah, topics such as fashion, beauty, health, wellness, travel, and food are very popular. They range for a wide appeal and makes it very personal and very relevant for readers. Second is technology blogs. People love technology blogs, and there's always stuff to write about technology because it changes so fast. There's always news, there's always something exciting to write, whether it's smartphones, whether it's laptops, whether it's artificial intelligence, or whether it's virtual reality. Another category that's very popular is blogs about personal finance, helping people to better understand and manage their finances, with topics ranging from savings and investing to debt management and budgeting. Business and entrepreneurship blogs, they are really cool. They're really hot on the internet. Whether you want to start a new business, when you want to grow an existing business, there's a huge demand for information and advice on topics around business and entrepreneurship. A very obvious topic to blog about is news and current affairs. Blogs that cover the latest news and current affairs, they are always popular, whether They focus on a particular area of interest like politics or technology, or cover a broad range of topics. Then there is creative writing, there's literature. Those are blogs for writers, for readers, blogs about creative writing and literature where you can get a great source of inspiration and connection. And then finally there's personal development and self-improvement blogs. Topics like personal growth, self-care, self-improvement, health, they're very popular for their relevance to many people's lives. So these are some of the most popular blog topics. Now there are many, many more. The possibilities are endless, but the best topics are often those topics that align with the blogger's passion and expertise. So within those categories, let's have a look at some really good blogs. So we have here an example blog, A Beautiful Mess, which is a personal, a lifestyle blog. Yeah, so here you see all the articles in a very simple graphical presentation. You see the color, the theme that is being used is really good. It's a very sort of mellow color tone. Yeah, they are linking it to a shop as well. Here are brands that they work with. But here you see the typical articles, how to cut a pineapple, step by step with video. Now the typical example of a really good title for a blog post. It's how to, people love how to titles. It is step by step, so we'll make it easy. And it has a video as well, yeah, that explains how to do it. So again, here you see the title, here you see the author. You can pin it straight on Pinterest, you can jump straight to the recipe. Here is some proof, social proof. Yeah, here you can subscribe to the blog. You see that in many blogs, the right column is being used for things like subscribe or access to categories or to tags. Yeah, here you see the blog post itself. Here you see hyperlinks to other articles. Yep, and here are links to other articles as well. And these are often blog posts in this blog as well, with strong visuals. Yep, and then there should be the video as well, because there was a video that explains it as well. Yeah, so that is a really good, I really like this blog, very simple, linking it to a hot topic today, Valentine's Day, that is coming up. Here is a technology blog, The Verge. Totally different, more male, it's black and white, yeah, it is strong, it's powerful, very good branding that fits the technology. But the same concept, blog, strong visuals, good titles, yep, and then here you have how to access other blog posts as well, which are the top stories, yeah, the most popular articles. Here is a stream that you can get. Yep, so here is another stream. So very useful, powerful blog. And here you have the categories that they are blogging about. Business and entrepreneurship. Again, another blog example. Very content driven, lots of articles, but categorized in a very logical way. Money and finance, business news, science and technology. Yeah, and here is the latest articles that we've just added. Another category, buying, investing in business. Another category, branding. Yeah, so really good accessible content in these blogs. Finally, the last one I want to show you is Tiny Buddha. Simple wisdom for complex life. So this is clearly a personal development and self-improvement blog. Yeah, here is the latest from the blog. Here is some fun and inspiring thoughts. Here is to subscribe and to the blog. Here you see the categories that they have. Yep, and then here you see the different blog posts. So let's look at the typical article. Yeah, so here you have the basic article. Here is the headline, the title. Here's the visual. Here's the blog post itself. People love bullets in blog posts. People love lists. Yeah, links to other articles. We talked about the author, a little biography, and then here you see the right-hand column. Yeah, there is a bit of subscribe, there is a search of the blog content, and then here is a download, a desktop wallpaper, recent topics, yep, and then the latest post. So typical format of a very powerful blog post. So yeah, so these are just some examples of some really good blogs, yeah, that are covering a wide range of topics. Now, that should give you some ideas and some food for thought about whether or not you should start a blog. So let's dive a bit deeper. First of all, you should have a passion for writing and sharing on a particular topic. Yeah, so you should have a passion about a topic. It should be your hobby, or you should just want to learn everything about a particular topic. So, because when you start blogging, fact is it does take a considerable amount of time and effort. Not only to start a blog, but also to maintain it. So it's important that you have a genuine interest in the topic you want to write about. Yeah, also you need to have very clear goals. What do you want to achieve with your blog post or with your blog? Yeah, is it for driving traffic to your website? Is it to become known as an expert? Is it just for a hobby? Yeah, do you want to build a personal brand? Do you want to use it for your business? Yes, so, or do you maybe want to build an online following or an online community? Or do you want to document your personal journey or progress around a specific project, like your garden or your house that you're developing, or a holiday that you are having? So all these things can be very important in your decision making whether or not you should start a blog. But if these are all positive, and if you are very convinced and dedicated from, yes, I'm going to start a blog, yep, then blogging is a fantastic opportunity for you. And when you are a business, there are so many advantages, so many benefits that you can get from having a blog on your website. It can help you in driving traffic to your website. Yeah, and the traffic that comes to your website, they will read your blog post and they will see you more and more as an expert in your field, and it will help you in turning those web visitors into prospects, so you drive conversions. Blogging, in my opinion, is the easiest way to kickstart your social media. Yeah, what is the process? You start up your blog, you write a blog post, and then you share that blog post on Twitter, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, yeah, in different formats. And you're going to make sure that your blog title and your blog visual is on as many places on the internet as possible. People will see the blog post, and if they like it, they will click on it, and that will take them to your website. And not only that, Google will see your blog post as well, and will put your article higher up in the search engine result page. So in doing all this, you build trust, you can build client relationships in a much better way. It helps you in reinforcing your brand, and it helps you in differentiating yourself from your competitors and encourage engagement with your followers. So now that you understand the basics of blogging and what a blog post is and whether or not you should start a blog, let's look into the actual process of starting a blog. What are the things that you need to look at? What are the things that you need to take into consideration? First of all, before you start your blog, you need to understand who you're writing for. Yeah, you need to research your target audience. What would they like to learn more about? What are their pain points? What are their interests? Because you can write whatever you want, but if nobody reads it, yeah, then it's not going to serve you any purpose. In marketing terms, we talk about customer personas. You should make customer personas for your audience. Yeah, let's have a look here. There is a really good tool which is HubSpot Personas. Yeah, it's from HubSpot, a Make My Persona tool. So just want to share that with you. Yeah, there are two elements. There is what is a buyer persona, and there's also a tool, Make My Persona. So let's talk about what is a buyer persona. A buyer persona is a semi-fictional representation of your ideal customer, based on market research, looking on the internet, talking to your colleagues or to salespeople, or talking to your customers themselves, and real data that you can find about your customers. And in your case, you can actually change customer with reader. Who is your ideal reader, and what do you know about the reader? You're then going to look at, why do I need this? Yeah, they provide structure, a persona. They provide structure and context for you as the blogger, making it easier for you to map out the content. Yeah, and align your topics with the requirements, the reading needs of your audience. Yeah, and how do you use them? Yeah, so by learning about your ideal customer or your ideal reader, their challenges, their goals, their demographic traits, it helps you set up a content strategy. Yeah, which will increase the chance that people will read your blog. So how do you create a persona? There's lots of tools on the internet. You can download a guide here. Yeah, you can also go back to the tool here, Make My Persona, and that is on HubSpot. There is actually a tool where they can help you build a persona. Yeah, it will ask you a set of questions. Yeah, so create an avatar, name your persona, and then it looks at some demographic characteristics. It looks at some characterizations. It looks at what are their challenges, how do they consume information. You can do that in a walkthrough mode, or you can also skip the walkthrough mode, and then you go actually into the final version of the persona that you can fill in here as well. Yep, so they want to know the name, the title, the age, level of education, the social networks that they're using or reading, what is their preferred method of communication, what are their responsibilities, what are their goals and objectives, what is their biggest challenge. And you can tailor this completely to your own sort of reader profile. Very useful tool on creating customer personas. A very important part on starting your blog. Once you've started and created your persona, you're then going to check out your competition. What are your competitors posting about? Yeah, how do they approach their target audience? What are the typical topics that they are looking for? Yeah, so now there's different ways of finding blogs from your competitors. Yeah, the traditional way, I would go to Google. Yep, and I would just search. For instance, if I'm in CRM, yeah, I would just search on the top 10 blogs on CRM. Yep, and then here you get lists in Google of the top CRM blogs. Yes, so, and then you're just going to have a look at those blogs. You're going to analyze their content. You're going to look at the topics, the formats, the tone and the style. You're going to check if you can get some information about traffic, their social media following, their engagement, and maybe you can find gaps in the content that they are using. Yep, so those gaps in the content, they are opportunities for you. And maybe you can look at their promotions that they're running to gather ideas for your own blog. Now, you may have heard recently of a new tool that is out there, and that is getting a lot of traction in the industry. Yeah, it is a tool called ChatGPT, and I had it open somewhere. Let me have a look here. I don't think I have. Let's just go to chatopenai.com, which is a new tool, which is what we call conversational artificial intelligence. And the whole industry is talking about it. It basically has the potential to replace Google, but time will tell. Yes, so don't need that. Yeah, so it is basically conversational artificial intelligence. Instead of going to Google and search for give me the top 10 blogs, here I'm just going to ask, give me the top 5 CRM blogs, yeah, and reasons why they are so popular. Let's see what it comes up with. Yeah, so you see I'm asking 2 questions here. Give me the top 5 CRM blogs, but also reasons why they are popular. Yeah, so this is a whole new way of exploring content on the internet. And I'm sure in the future we're going to be using and running a video where we're explaining ChatGPT in more detail and how you can use it as a marketer. But in the meantime, make sure you have a look at this and start using it for some of the topics that you are looking at the moment. Yeah, so really useful, really powerful. Watch that space on ChatGPT. Yeah, so really good to use it to analyze your competition. So once you've got your competition analyzed, you're then going to decide what are the topics that you're going to cover. You're going to look at the focus area of your blog. It's very important if you want to be successful with your blog. So here are some steps that you can go through. First of all, you identify your passion. You're identifying your interests. Yeah, so that's where you can sort of initially start at looking at the topics that you want to cover. You're then going to look at, okay, who is my audience? Yeah, and you're going to create your personas. And then you've looked at your competition as well. But then very important, once you've looked and identified a topic, you then need to check is it popular? Is it trending? Because yeah, you can write a topic about a fantastic subject, but if nobody is reading about it, if nobody is talking about it, yeah, then hey, what's it going to do for you? So a really good tool to look at what is trending in the world at the moment is a tool called Google Trends. So you just saw ChatGPT, which is conversational AI. So let's have a look at, is conversational AI a hot topic on the internet? Google Trends is a tool that will give you trends about how many people are searching for those terms. And the more people are searching for it, of course, the more people are interested about it, the more exciting it is. And if I look at this term from 2004 till today, yeah, then you see immediately how hot conversational artificial intelligence is becoming. And then particularly here in the last couple of months, this was the November 2022 was when ChatGPT launched its product. And here you see the stellar growth on the topic. Yes, so use Google Trends to find out if your topic is hot, if your topic is trending. Good. So once you've looked at the trending of your topic, is it popular? You're then going to find your angle. Yeah, so that is a key factor because there's so many ways you can write about conversational AI. But what are the topics, what are the subtopics, what is the angle that you're going to take? So basically, to find out about the angles on your topics, then you of course need to understand your niche. You need to have a good understanding of your niche and the topics within your niche. Again, you're looking at your competitors. Yeah, so if there is a certain sub-niche, yeah, or a subtopic, but everybody has been writing about this, then that is not going to help you. So you want to find those areas within your niche that have not been explored yet. Again, look at your readers. What do they want to hear about? What do you can then adapt your writing to your readers' requirements and do simple things. Use your own experiences and perspectives in analyzing what you're going to write about. That can really help you in finding a unique angle that sets you apart from your competitors. And challenge yourself. Challenge the status quo. Ask yourself questions that other bloggers may not be asking. Be critical, but make sure that you found that unique angle that you want to go for. Right, so now that we know the topic, now that we know the angle, we're going to start the blog. So the first thing we need to do is to come up with a name for the blog. Yeah, when you start thinking about naming your blog, you make sure that is descriptive. So make sure that the name of your blog accurately describes the focus content of your blog, because that makes it easier for the reader to understand what your blog is all about. Keep it simple. Don't use underscores or hyphens. Keep the name simple. Avoid overly complicated names that are difficult to spell or remember. Try to make your name unique. Yeah, so make sure that your name sets you apart from others in your niche. Think about SEO. If there's keywords that you can put in your name of your blog, yeah, that can really help. Also very important to check if there is if the URL is available for the name of your blog, because it's a fantastic name, but if there's no URL available, and I'll come back to that in a minute. And then of course ask people, ask friends, ask customers, what do you think about the name of this blog? And use tools. There's lots of naming tools for your blogs, yeah, for websites. But again, if I go to ChatGPT and I'll just say, give me 10 names for my new CRM blog, ChatGPT is going to give you fantastic answers. Yeah, it just gives you ideas. So guys, this ChatGPT is going to revolutionize the marketing profession in the next few years. And there's so much more to come in this space. Okay, so that's where you go and have your name for your blog, and then check the URL for the blog as well. Yeah, so once you've created your blog name, you need to create your blog domain. And the first thing you're going to do is the name available? Yes, so here is a simple tool, Name Checker, and you can just type in the name. So go here to the name that we had. Yes, so let's say CRM Frontier. And then we're going to go to Name Checker. Here we're typing CRM Frontier. Yep, and we're just going to check, is it available as a .com? Is it available on Facebook? No. Is it available on Twitter, on Tumblr? Here you see all the social channels and the .com, if it is available. Yeah, and once it is available, you know that you're then going to a URL sort of place where you can buy URLs, and then you can go to your check if the name is available there, and you can go and buy it. So, but we'll come back to that in a minute. So this is choose your name. Yeah, and make sure that your name is available. So then you're going to your domain registrar. So let's go to, for instance, GoDaddy. Yep, so CRM Frontier is the name that we wanted. So I'm going to put in the domain, see again if it is available, search domain. Yeah, and here you see CRM Frontier is available for 714, and it's also available as .co.uk, but you also may want to look at, am I going to use .info or .online or .inc or .tv, so all decisions that you need to make. The guideline here is that if you are targeting a global market, try to go for the .com domain. If you're targeting a local market, go for the domain of that country, like .co.uk for the UK, yeah, or .ca for Canada, yeah. So different ways of doing that, but that is the golden rule. So we've checked availability, you can now register your domain, and then of course, once you've set up your blog, you need to connect your domain to your blog. Good. So that is the domain and the domain registration. So if we go on, the next thing you need to do is choose a content management system for your blog, which is a very important step in setting up your online presence, because with your CMS, you actually create your blog. Gone are the days where you need to program in HTML. Yeah, you now have very simple blogging platforms like WordPress or Wix, yeah, that can help you in creating your website. Very important in the decision for your CMS, consider the features that you need, like blog post creation, blog post management, user management, integration with other tools, and look at the important, the popular CMS systems like WordPress or Blogger or Wix or Squarespace. Research them, yep, and then ask ChatGPT maybe which one that you want to use. Look at ease of use. Yeah, there are free versions, there are premium versions. Check for support is very important. Make sure that the support has a chat availability. That is so much better when it comes to productivity. Look at scalability and look at cost as well. A lot of web CMS systems, they may offer you a free version to start with, but then it will have some basic advertising or you can't use your own URL. So very important that you choose a CMS that works for you. Now, one of the most popular CMSs that you can use is WordPress. WordPress, be aware, there are two versions of WordPress. There is WordPress.com, which is a web development platform which is hosted by WordPress. So you don't have to go to a provider like GoDaddy and set up your website. This is all being done on WordPress. WordPress.com is the easiest platform to get started with your own blog. And literally, you can have your blog up and running within 10 minutes. If you want to have a more professional setup, a more long-lasting, a more powerful setup, you would go to WordPress.org. And WordPress.org you can only use through a web internet service provider like GoDaddy, where you basically rent a specific set of storage. Yep, and that is where you can install your own WordPress installation. So that is WordPress.com and WordPress.org. So very important decisions on starting your own WordPress or your own development platform. And then finally, you need to look at the look and feel of your blog. How are you going to customize this? So you need to choose a theme for your blog. Yes, so because that can make or break your blog. And many blogging platforms, one of the first questions they will ask you, what theme would you like to use for your blog? And let me show you. Very simple. One of the leading theme platforms for your blog is Envato. Yeah, there is ThemeForest, themeforest.net. And you see here, there's a whole library of themes that you can choose. For instance, I can say, give me a blog magazine, yeah, or give me other topics. Yes, so go back to all categories. So let's say, let's go for a photography blog. Photography WordPress blog. And then here I'm getting a whole library of WordPress themes. There are premium themes and there are free themes as well. But let's take this first one. I can actually get a live preview of that blog. Yeah, and then you see how the blog would look like. Here you see the demos. So there would be demo 1. Yeah, would be this one here. Yeah, so now it's actually loading this theme, and this is how your blog will look like. Yeah, let's close this one here. So here you see, yeah, you don't need this one on the side here, but here you can see how the blog would look like. So, yep, so really useful way of looking at deciding on the theme that you want to use for your blog. Yeah, so here you see how the blog would look. And then what you do, when you go to WordPress, you load the theme, you load the demo as well, and then basically your website is ready, and the only thing you have to do is change the photos, change the text, and sort of tailor it to your own visual style. So there you have it, very important. Yes, so looking at the customization of your blog by using themes that you can buy on the internet, either for free or for a premium. Okay, now I hope you have enough knowledge now to make the decision whether or not you're going to start a blog. Let me give you a bit more details about what is good about blogging, what is bad about blogging. Good about blogging is it's a great way to express yourself and a great way to share your thoughts. Yeah, it is really good to help you build expertise. If you write consistently about your topic or your industry, your customers will start recognizing you as an expert in your field, and Google as well. So you can really use all that to build your personal brand and on the back of that promote your company. A blog is a really good platform to build engagement with your following through the commenting, for instance, or through subscribing to your blog, and therefore it can build really good networking opportunities for you and connect with other bloggers and other industry professionals. So lots of benefits that you can get from starting a blog, but there are negatives as well. Don't think that when you start a blog then that is a piece of cake and it's going to take no time. It takes time. Yeah, you need to commit to it. And the worst thing is that you start a blog and then after 3 or 4 blog posts, the blog turns dead and then there's no updates to your blog. Yeah, so be committed to the time that you want to put into this. It'll take time, it's technical. You need to, unless you go for a simple platform like WordPress.com or Wix, where you don't have to worry about the technical setup. If you want to do it professionally for your business, you need to have some technical understanding on how to choose a platform, a hosting, and the design of your web. And the more technical it gets, the more costs are involved as well. Costs with the web hosting, the domain name, the design, and the security on your website as well. And getting your, your various security certificates on your web. Make sure that it's consistent. You need to be consistent with your content, yeah, and keep your audience engaged. And be aware, there is lots of competition out there. When you launch a blog, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden everybody now recognizes you as a blogger. Yeah, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes consistency. Yeah, and it makes sure that you stand out with your blog from your competition.
Now let me tell you about Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing created in collaboration with Purdue University and Meta Blueprint. With this program, you will learn everything from the fundamentals of digital marketing to the latest trends and techniques used by top marketers worldwide. You will explore SEO, SEM, content marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and more. This program is led by industry experts who bring their real-world experience to the classroom, giving you an insider's perspective on what it takes to succeed in the digital marketing world. If you're looking to jumpstart your career in digital marketing or take your skills to the next level, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in digital marketing is the perfect place to start. To learn more about the course, you can click the link in the description box below.
I'll tell you about what is a blog, about what are the skills you need to start blogging, why should you start blogging, and how do you start a blog from the very scratch. But before that, I am Mark Kempman. I'm going to be your digital navigator for this video. And if you would like to subscribe to our YouTube channel, don't forget to click the subscribe button below. So let's get started, blogging for beginners. Let me give you a few facts and figures about blogs before we dive into the topic. Did you know that there are more than 600 million blogs on the internet? And every day over 2 million blog posts are published on all those blog posts that are out there. 77% of internet users, they read blogs and they leave about 77 million comments per month on all these blog posts. So it is a massive place where you can get engagement and where you can get people talking about the things that you're writing about. Now, people that include visuals to their blogs, they will see that they get about 94% more views than those people that do not add visuals to their blog. Surprisingly, Tumblr is the most used blogging platform with over 500 million blogs out there. But there are 60 million blogs that are powered by WordPress. Also, did you know that blogs are the second most form of media used in content marketing? So, lots about blogging, lots of facts. They're out there, they're key, they're relevant, and this blog is going to introduce you to how to get started with a blog. Now, blogs have been around for a very long time. Yeah, do you know what the name of the first blog was and who created it? Was it A, B, C, or D? Well, let me give you the answer. Justin Hall started links.net in 1994 as a student at a college, becoming one of the first widely read bloggers out there. In the late 1990s, the first blogs were created, primarily serving as personal journals for small groups of friends or for family. Now, in the early 2000s, blogging tools and services became more widely available, and it is also when I got my first experience in blogging, when my son went on a gap year traveling in Southeast Asia, and he shared his photos through the internet on a blog. So he found internet cafes during his journey, and in each cafe he started up his blog and added a photo. So that's how I could follow his trip. So it became easier and easier for people to start to create and maintain their own blogs. In 2002, the term blog was coined and became widely used to describe a website that serves as an online journal or a diary. So in 2004, the political world started to get an idea about the power of blogs. They emerged and played a role in shaping public opinion and influencing selections. 2005 to 2010 was the big growth of blogs, and they started to gain popularity, and they came into sort of into the more widely discussable areas like photography blogs and recipe blogs. And then in the 2010s, businesses got to see the power of blogs, and they started to use blogs as a mainstream form of communication, and for other people as self-expression, with millions of blogs covering every possible subject and serving a diverse range of audiences. So today, blogging continues to play a significant role in the rise of social media, and it has a very big impact on the way people communicate and consume information online. A fantastic tool to learn, to find out about what's happening in the world, to find out what's happening in particular niches that you're interested in, and a great way to start sharing your own opinion. So what will we be talking about? We're going to be talking about what is a blog, what skills do you need for blogging, why actually should you create a blog, what are the types of blog posts that you can create, and I'm going to show you some examples of those different types of blog posts. How do you create a blog? And I'm going to give you some blog writing tips to close off with on the video today. So let's get into it. What is a blog? Now, there are many different definitions of a blog. A blog can be a personal blog, it can be a corporate blog, it can be a news blog. So a personal blog is where it's a type of blog where individuals share their thoughts, their opinions, their experiences, their stories on a particular topic or a particular range. These type of blogs are very easy to set up, and they don't cost a lot of money, but it's very much with a personal focus. Businesses, they usually have corporate blogs. It's a type of blog created by a company, and it can be used for marketing, it can be used for branding, it can be used for communication purposes, for lead generation. Usually they share company news, they share product updates or industry insight. So it's also really good to engage with customers and to get in a dialogue with customers, to build relationships and to create expertise in a particular niche. The third type of blog that you can see in this definition of a blog is a news blog. It's a type of blog that focuses on reporting and analyzing current events, current news stories, what's happening in the world from a particular angle. It could be one journalist, it could be a group of journalists, it could be a media organization. And it can cover a wide range of topics, or it can focus on a particular niche like entertainment or like technology. So it can be used to create different perspectives on news stories or to supplement the traditional news stories. But if we're looking at the plain definition of a blog, if you look at all the blogs, they work from the same concept. A blog is a type of website serving as an online journal or diary, and it consists of posts on a particular topic or a particular theme. Now a blog can be created by an individual or by businesses, and as I said earlier, they can serve different purposes, for personal, or for business, or for news. They're very easy to create blogs, and that makes them so powerful. Then you can use simple blogging software, there's lots of free tools available, and you can get started within 5 minutes. They have lots of features like commenting, and by using the commenting functions, you can allow engagement with your readers, and you can really build up a community. Now you can find blogs on specific standalone websites, like a blog website, or you can find them on embedded within a corporate website. You could even blog on social media networks like LinkedIn or Facebook. And they often use a content management system to create a blog, to manage the blog, and to add new content, new pages on your blog.
Blogging for me is the easiest way to get started with social media. Yeah, so they played a significant role in the growth of social media, and it had fundamentally changed the way businesses communicated with their customers. Yes, so and how people sort of consume information. Yeah, so blogs, they have a number of things in common. Yeah, so if you go to a blog, each blog, you will see a number of recurring things. The first thing, of course, that you see are the blog posts. They are the articles or the entries written or published on the blogs, and they can be in different presentation formats. Yeah, you can see it in little thumbnails, you can see it in the headlines, yeah, or you can see just a scroll down of all the blog posts. But the blog posts are obviously the core of each blog post. Blogs have comments. You can switch off the comments if you want, but most blogs, they have commenting, and they are an important part of a blog because they allow you to engage with the author. Yeah, or that the author can engage with their readers. So that gives a platform for discussion, for feedback, and for interaction around the blog. Yeah, when you start blogging, you may build up a big library of blogs, of blog posts. Yeah, so a common feature on every blog is that they have categories and tags. Yep, and you see them on the column on the right on blog posts. And that means that you can easily access previous content. So you're not stuck to the main article, but you give people access to other content through categories, through tags, or the most popular post, or the last 5 posts. Blogs also have an about page. What is this blog all about? It provides reader with information about the author of the blog, yeah, the purpose of the blog, the mission of the blog, so some background information. Good blogs also have a search box. Yeah, it's another way where you can easily search for content, yeah, that has already been published on the blog. Now, a blog without sharing buttons, yeah, is like you're keeping it a secret. So one of the powerful features of a blog is that you as the author can share it on social media, but you can also ask your readers to share it on social media by using the sharing buttons. Then there is the archive section where it organizes the post by month, by year, or by category, again making it easy to access previous content. And then many blogs have a call to action. Yeah, so that is a button that encourages readers to take a specific action, like subscribing to the blog, or downloading an ebook, or signing up for a newsletter. Yeah, so it's a very good tool to start creating and building your audience. And on top of that, you need to think about the design and the navigation of your blog. It's very important, and we talked about that in our other blogging video that we posted a few weeks ago. Yes, so those are the common elements of a blog. So let's dig a bit deeper. We talked about how a blog can be personal, it can be for business, it can be news, as long as it is in a specific topic. Yes, so around that topic or theme, you can start sharing your thoughts, sharing your ideas, your knowledge, and you can express yourself. So some of the most important and in-demand topics for blogs are lifestyle, like topics like fashion, beauty, health, wellness, travel, and food are very popular. They have a very wide appeal, and there's very personal relevance to readers as well. Technology is a very hot topic. So the fast change of technology, innovation, technological developments, there's always something to write about. There's always news around technology. So that is a very hot topic. Another topic is personal finance. People love to know more about how to manage their finances, and blogs can be a really good way to help the readers and giving them tips in how to manage their finance in a range of topics, from savings, investing, debt management, and budgeting. Yeah, there's blogs about business and entrepreneurship. They are very popular. From starting a new business, yeah, to growing an existing one, how to relate to your customers. There's a huge demand for blogs around the theme of business and business support. Now, there's news websites, there's news blogs around current events that cover the latest news. Yeah, they are popular. They can focus on a particular area like like politics or technology, or they can cover a more broad range as well. There's creative blogs, creative writing, creative literature, writing. Yes, so blogs that are about creative writing and about literature, they can be a great source of inspiration. And then finally, personal development is a very big category in blogs, a very popular category. Yeah, personal development and self-improvement, like personal growth, self-care, self-improvement, they're really popular and they are relevant to people's day-to-day life. Yeah, so these are some of the most popular blog posts and the blog topics that people are interested in. So for you, start looking into the topics if you want to start blogging, yeah, and see if you can pick a sort of a topic that is within these categories. So, is blogging difficult? Do I need a wide range of skills for blogging? Well, it's not too difficult, but of course people have lots of different questions about blogging before they start. How do I start a blog? How do I come up with ideas for my blog content? How do I get traffic to my blog? How often should I publish on my blog post? How do I monetize my blog? What should I write about? What should I include in my blog post? How do I write an exciting headline? How do I promote my blog on social media? How do I engage with my readers? How do I track the success of my blog? Lots and lots of questions. Yeah, and of course, to answer all these questions, you do need to have certain skills before you start blogging. So let's have a look at those skills. So to be successful with a blog and to successfully start a blog, there are some skills that you need. Of course, you can work on those skills, you can start building up those skills, but these are the 5 topics that are playing an important part of your blogging work, your blogging activity. There's writing, there's search engine optimization, there's marketing, there's web design, and there's social media. Yeah, so first you need to be able to write. You need to research, you need to write in a clear, concise, and engaging manner. Yep, and that is a skill in itself. And of course, when you start blogging, you may not have that much experience, but when you have been blogging for 6 months to a year, you will see that it gets easier and easier. The next thing you need to do is to be able to optimize your blog posts for search, for Google, for Bing. Yeah, so that those search engines will find your blog posts when you publish them. Yeah, and a very important part of your search engine optimization is to identify the keywords that are relevant for your business and are relevant for your blog. And then you need to understand how to use those keywords effectively. Then of course you need to market your blog. You need to grow an audience. You need to get people to subscribe to your blog. Maybe to start building an email list. Yeah, so you need to understand email marketing, you need to know online marketing to promote your blog, you need to know how to do that, you need to know where to do that. You may want to look at affiliate marketing, which means you can promote other people's products on your blog and you would get a small commission for that. Yes, so lots of marketing activities that you need to look into to publish your blog and make it become visible and make it become popular. Now, of course, there is the web design element for your blog as well. And those are skills that you need to have. There are very simple tools, as you will see later, that you can use to set up your blog. There's free tools that you can use. There's more advanced tools as well. And as with many things, with the more advanced tools and the premium tools that you use, you get more quality, you get more options, you get often a better design. So that is the balance that you need to strike between, hey, how much do I want to do for free and want to do simple, compared to, do you want to invest some money and do you want to have a more advanced website? So that is the balance that you need to do, but you do need to have some basic web design skills. And then finally, you need to have your social media skills. Social media is a key part of promoting your blog on the social web, and you need to know how to do that. You need to know how to set that up, you need to know how to create those social media posts and how to track them when you have published them. So lots of skills that you need, but it doesn't mean that you need to be an expert immediately when you start with that. But it is important that you recognize those topics and that you start building experience for that. Okay, so if you feel that you have those skills, then is that enough for you to start creating a blog? There's some other questions that you need to ask yourself. First of all, one of the biggest questions you need to ask yourself is, what am I going to write about? Do I have a passion for writing and sharing my knowledge about a certain topic? Do I have a passion about a theme, about a topic? Do I have a passion about technology? Do I have a passion about health? So you need to have that passion, because when you start developing your blog and writing your blog posts, it takes time, it takes effort. And the more passionate you are about the topic that you write about, then that time and that effort doesn't matter. You don't feel like it's taking all that time because you're doing something that you really, really like. You also need to have very clear goals. What are you going to do with your blog? Why are you having this blog? You also need to have the time and the resources to regularly create new blog posts. Because there's nothing more frustrating and nothing more damaging on your website if you start a blog, but then after 5 posts, you stop with it. There's so many websites where you go to and then you go to the blog and the last blog post was 24 months ago. Then it almost works against you. It shows, hey, there's a blog, but they haven't taken the effort to start a blog. So you need to have that passion, you need to have clear goals. Now businesses, they often have very clear goals for a blog. They want to use a blog to increase traffic to the website, to drive conversions, to get people to the website, to get them to convert into a prospect. It helps them in contributing to their social media efforts. It's a great way to build client trust, to be seen as an expert in their field. It gets a great way for developing the brand and reinforce the key messages around the brand. It's great to differentiate yourself from your competitors, and it is a good way to encourage engagement with your customers. So for businesses, there's almost like a no-brainer. They use blogs because they can see that they get a lot of benefits. But for you, let's take it very simple. There are 5 reasons, if you want to start your blog, there's 5 reasons why you should create a blog. First of all, if you want to express yourself creatively, then blogging is the best place to do this. So if you are passionate about a topic and you want to share that knowledge, then blogging is the #1 place to go to. Second, if you want to show yourself as an expert or build yourself as an expert, and you want to grow an audience around this, you want to grow a follower base who are interested in learning about what you have to say about your topic. So if you want to establish expertise and build an audience, then you have to start using a blog for that. Thirdly, a reason why you must create a blog, if you want to build a community, if you want to network with other people, if you want to network with prospects, get them to your website, get them to convert, if you want that to grow your business, then blogging is certainly a fantastic vehicle to help you achieve that. Another reason to create a blog is that you want to enhance your writing and your thinking skills. So blogging is not writing a book, blogging is not writing an ebook, and people may be scared of that. It may be too much of an unknown field. But start writing small, simple articles on your blog. Thereby you develop your writing and you develop your thinking skills. Very good reason for you to start blogging. You don't even have to publish it. You can just keep it your private blog. But then when you feel comfortable, you can then start publishing it. And then finally, and that's how I started as well with my own business, if you want to start making money, if you want to start your own business, then a blog is a fantastic vehicle to help position you in your market, in your industry. So it's a great vehicle that can help you to become self-employed or make more money. So lots of reasons for you to start creating a blog. So now that we've seen what you need for creating and start blogging, why you should start blogging, let's have a look at the different types of blog posts that you can create on your blog. There are many different types of posts, and I'll give you a list of them in a minute. And each blog post, each type of blog post, they serve a different purpose and a different requirement from the readers. But there are some reasons that apply to every reader. First of all, your blog post must provide value. Different readers have different preferences to the type of content they like to read, but value is the same for everybody. So if you provide value to your readers, you keep them engaged, and very important, you keep them coming back. Another common characteristics for all blog posts is that you need to keep them fresh and you need to keep them interesting. So it means you need to make sure that the content is up to date, but also that you do a variety of post types, because that keeps it fresh, that keeps it interesting. It also sort of helps in breaking up the monotone sort of style of a blog. So use different content styles, use different formats, use different visuals to keep your content alive and interesting. Another common element for all blog posts is you need to cater to the different learning styles. Some people may want to read text-based blog posts. Some people may want to see more visual content or infographics. Some people may want to see video content. So offer that variety in your blog posts so you can cater for different type of audiences with different type of learning styles. And then, very important, with a blog, and each blog post sort of caters for that, it showcases your authority. By offering different types of blog posts, you can demonstrate that you're the expert. Regardless the type of blog post that you do, but people will come back to your blog if they see you as, this person knows what he's talking about. And that can help you build credibility with the readers and establish yourself as a thought leader in your industry. So overall, offering a variety of different types of blog posts can help you attract readers, but not only that, you can retain your readers and you may get them back. They may become part of your audience as long as you showcase your expertise and keep your content fresh and interesting. So, given those common elements of blog posts, let's look at some different types of blog posts. The most popular blog posts are list-based posts. Yeah, they provide a list of tips, of resources or other information on a specific topic. People love lists. People love the top 5 things in this or 10 things you may have missed. Yeah, a really good example of a list-based post is Lifehacker. Lifehacker gives you life hacks. Yes, so 9 food labels that don't mean what you think they mean. Yeah, 15 ways to build a better breakfast sandwich. 9 of the most dangerous driving emergencies. Little tips, list of tips. People love those. And the way they are presented on this blog is actually quite interesting. Yeah, instead of having a long article about this, they actually have a short introduction, but they do them as slideshows. Why not? Yeah, it's visual. Yeah, so here is one. Yeah, so here is the next slide. Yeah, so black eyes. Here you see a little highlight of what it's about. Yeah, animals in the road. Next one is a car with mattress flapping on the rooftop may look funny, but you don't want to be behind it. Yes, so lots of good tips, and people love these type of blogs. The next one is thought leadership posts. So they express the author's thoughts or feelings on a specific topic. And particularly for businesses, these are very important because by building thought leadership, which means being seen as an expert in your field, you're also building trust. Now, one of the best thought leadership blogs in the industry is Harvard Business Review. Yeah, so lots of articles on a lot of different topics around business. Yeah, here you see the different categories, the different media formats. Yeah, and here you see the different blogs that they're writing about. Yes, so generative AI can help you tailor messaging. Here is the article. Yeah, and here you see also the call to action that we talked about. Subscribe to Harvard Business Review. Yeah, they have here options to monetize the blog. And here you talk about subscribe. Yeah, subscribe. All simple call to actions. Here is a summary of the article. Here's the article itself. We talked about that. Here's the social sharing button. Yeah, here's the visual that they use. So all the aspects that we talked about earlier are available in this blog. Yeah, but these are typical thought leadership blogs that can really help in developing yourself as an expert. Case study blogs, they are sort of blogs with articles that give an in-depth analysis of a single topic. Yeah, so typically to prove a point or back up an argument. Yeah, so this is kind of background information to make your point. So good example for that is HubSpot. Yeah, so HubSpot is a marketing automation system. They have one of the best blogs in the industry, yeah, where they give lots of background information on all the different social media, digital marketing topics that you can find. Yeah, so here you see how a homepage of a blog, yeah, can be organized. That is your featured post. Here you have more featured posts. You see it's very visual. Here you have the last sort of blog posts. Here you see last categories and the blog posts. Call to action here. Yeah, another category. And then to make it more exciting, we'll add videos to this page as well. Yeah, so good example of a case study blog, yeah, and a general blog with all the features that it needs. You then have video and audio blogs. Video becomes more and more important as a channel of communication. Yeah, so start using video. We also have seen the growth of podcasting. Start using audio, yeah, and use those as part of your blogging strategy as well. Here's a good example. Yeah, that is SoundCloud. Now, SoundCloud is a website which is kind of the YouTube for audio. Yeah, for podcasts, for audio files. And here you see their blog, which is a good mix of news, resources, audio files, blog posts with text, yeah, and video files as well. So it's a perfect combination of all the elements that we're talking about here. Yeah, so very important to use video and audio blogs as well. Here are some more types of blogs. Newsjacking or news posts. They provide information on recent events or developments in a specific industry. Yeah, so good news hacking website is Wired. Yeah, specifically focus on technology. Yeah, and it is a go-to place for the latest news on technology. You see a very clear style. You see it on the visuals as well. Yeah, and it is a news kind of portal, yeah, which gives you access to all the blog posts. It doesn't really look like a blog, it looks like a news portal. And that is, particularly for news websites, a very common way of using a blogging platform to create a news portal. Okay, we're then looking at infographics posts. Now, you may have heard of infographics. They are graphics that simplify complex materials with a chart, graphs, and graphics. Yep, and you can do blog posts around those as well. Yep, one of my favorites, and you should follow them on Facebook and on LinkedIn, The Visual Capitalist. The Visual Capitalist has every day they come out with a new chart, yeah, or a new infographic on a particular topic. Yeah, so here you see an infographic on the top 50 most visited websites in the world. So here's the infographic, and then here is the text, sort of the background information about it. Yeah, so here's the visuals. So you see Google, yeah, you see YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. So here you see how that all sort of, how that develops. Yes, so with the text, subscribe to it. Yeah, so good visual comparison. So very powerful website. So use those type of websites. Use that type of way of presenting your information. We then look at how-to posts. They offer a detailed instruction on how to do a particular task. Yeah, people love those. A good example of a how-to blog is Seth Godin's blog. Yep, where he has very simple design for his blog, but this is all about the content. So he has a story of the week or his top 100 posts. Yeah, so how to tell a great story, advice for author, how to be remarketed, how to write an ebook, how to do permission marketing, an email checklist, very down to earth, simple how-to tips when it comes to business. Very straightforward, very popular blog when it comes to how-to posts. And then last but not least, a very powerful type of blog is the guest post. Yeah, so why would you write on your own blog? Why can't you be a guest blogger on somebody else's post? Has lots of benefits from a search engine perspective as well for the author of the blog, because you have other websites that recognize your expertise in your area. They invite you to write about that, and Google sees that as a high authority ranking signal for your search. Yeah, good example of a guest post is Neil Patel, who has its own website, has his own blog, is really well recognized as a digital marketing expert. Yep, and here he is writing an article as a guest on the HubSpot blog. Yep, so very useful, very powerful way, and very powerful type of blog post that you can write. Okay, so those are the different blog posts. So let's look at how you go about creating a blog. There's a number of steps that you need to look at. First of all, you need to look at what is the CMS or the blogging platform that you're going to use. Yeah, it's a very important decision for bloggers because there's several sort of decisions that you need to make here. First of all, you're going to look at, am I going to use a simple platform, which is often free to begin with, or am I going professional straight away? So if you're going simple, then you can go for tools like WordPress.com or Wix.com. They will host the website for you, and those are the typical tools that give you some basic functionality. In the free version, you will have your website up and running within 5 minutes, but then if you want more functionality, you pay a bit more. Now, or you want to decide to go professional, which means you're going to go to a web hosting provider and you're going to install your own website on their servers. And one of the most popular platforms for that is WordPress.org, which is a different version of WordPress. WordPress.org gives you a lot more flexibility, a lot more freedom, a lot more plugins, but it is a bit more complicated to set up. And there is some, the WordPress itself doesn't cost you any money, but the hosting will cost you money. The questions that you need to ask yourself, whether you want to go simple or complex, are, hey, what do you want your blog to do? Do you just want to get it for your sharing your expertise, or do you want to monetize your blog? Do you want to run it as the website for your business, for instance? What are your technical skills? Do you have very limited technical skills? You may want to go for a hosted version on WordPress.com or Wix or Weeble. Do you have sufficient technical skills? You may want to go for the WordPress.org version, which is the hosted version. You need to think about your budget. Do you have budget to use a hosted platform? And of course, you need to look at the features of the platforms that you use. Can you find yourself in the features that you want to use for that? So that is the first question that you want to ask yourself. Where are you going to host your website? And that is, what blogging platform are you going to use? Step 2 is you're going to look at your domain name. Of course, very important. That is the name of your website, the name of your blog. It's a unique web address that is identified, that identifies your blog on the internet. So when you choose your domain name, make sure it is memorable, it is reflective of your brand, people recognize it, it's available on other social media websites as well. So it hasn't been taken by other people on Facebook or Instagram. And maybe use your keywords that are relevant for your blog. So lots of things that you need to do. If you want to have a domain, then you can check on sites like GoDaddy if the domain name is available. Then when you have it, you can then buy it, and you usually pay the register for a year or for 2 years. If it's a very simple name that is not very popular, then it often costs you maybe $10. If it is a more popular name that hasn't been registered yet, you may pay more. So then you also need to think about the extension of your domain. Is it going to be a .com? Is it going to be a .net? Is it going to be a .org? Or is it going to be a country extension like .nl for the Netherlands? Or .fr for France. Common rule is, if you're targeting a local market, take the URL of the local market. If you're targeting a global market, go for the .com or the .net, but preferably the .com. If you're a government organization, then you want to usually stick to the .org. Then, of course, you will have checked the availability of your domain, and then you're going to register the domain. So you provide your contact information, you pay a small or a large fee, depending on the popularity of the name. And then in your website, your blog setup, you're going to connect the domain to your blog. So that means updating the name servers in your domain's register account. So it then points to your blog hosting account. Yeah, so a very simple or good provider you can go to is godaddy.com or .co.uk, and they give you everything. Yeah, so type the domain that you want. Yeah, they can help you create your website. They have different types of services. They do domain names, they do website and hosting, and they do email marketing. They have really good support. Yeah, so if you want to type your domain, so let's take, for instance, company ABC is going to be my domain. Yep, and you see here, companyabc.co.uk is available. Yes, so here's the company letter you see, if you want to use that one, it's a premium name. So here you see all the different varieties on the name. Yeah, here basiccompany.com, that would cost you £3,000 because it is quite a popular name. Yeah, so it is available, but yeah, value for money. Okay, so that is your choosing your domain name. Then you're going to look at your hosting plan. And your hosting plan is very important. You will only select a hosting plan if you go for a hosted blog solution. Yeah, so which you do with WordPress.org, for instance. So basically, when you select your hosting plan, you buy a bit of storage space on the servers of that hosting provider. And on that bit of storage space, you install your website. And then the service, the hosting provider, will connect that to the internet. So they provide the technology and the support to store and maintain your website. Yes, so that is a very important part. And again, you need to consider your budget, and you also need to consider your website requirements. You need to look at the reliability and the speed and the uptime. Yeah, so a reliable hosting provider, they offer you high uptime percentage and fast loading times. That is very important. Yep, and you need to very carefully look at customer support. Yeah, so make sure they offer 24/7 support, preferably with a chat option, because often you have to wait a long time to get access, and if you have a chat option, it's much easier to get your problems solved. And a very important part of your hosting plan as well is your security. Yeah, make sure that there is a spam protection on your website, and also look at your HTTPS. Yeah, so get your SSL certificate for your website. Yes, so now some popular hosting providers you can look at include GoDaddy, Bluehost, HostGator, DreamHost. Take the time to research them, yeah, and evaluate each option, and certainly look at the customer reviews as well. Next step is you're going to design your blog. Yeah, so once you've created or you selected your hosting provider, you're then going to set up your blog, and you would install WordPress.org. Yeah, and then you're going to create your website. Now, the first thing that most of those CMS platforms will ask you is, what theme do you want to pick? And they have a whole library of themes that you can pick and choose from. And there's lots of websites that allow you to buy themes, whether it's a photography theme, a health theme, a business theme, yep, and then you can just buy that theme, install it in your WordPress setup, yep, and then you download the demo for it, and then you have your website. The only thing you have to do is change the content and the visuals, and your website is ready. Yes, so very important that you pick a very powerful sort of theme. You then can customize the theme with your own photos, your own logo, your own color schemes, your own options, so you can make it a unique look and feel. You then add your own images. Yeah, you customize the header of the website. So, and then you can use custom widgets. small modules that you can add to your website that do things like sign up for my newsletter, or click on the RSS feed of your website, etc. And then often you can add your own sort of HTML coding or CSS coding as well to give your website additional functionality. A really good place to buy themes is themesforest.net. Yeah, so there's a whole range of themes. You can say, for instance, give me an entertainment themes. Here you see entertainment themes could be, so you want WordPress, for instance, WordPress themes. And then you just pick a theme. Yeah, you can actually do a live preview of the theme. Yeah, and this is, here, see the demos. We want the no coding, so take for instance this one here, taste the difference. And here you see immediately how your website will look like, how your blog will look like. Yeah, so then you download the theme, install it on WordPress, download the demo, and again then the only thing you have to do is change the text and the visuals, and some design elements. So it's so easy. There's not a single line of programming that you have to do these days, when it comes to your web development. And that is a big concern that people have. Do I still have to program? No, you don't. It's all sort of intuitive. Step 5, start creating your content. Of course, when your blog is live, when your blog is up and running, you need to start creating content for your blog by writing posts, adding images, creating pages, organizing your content, using the categories and the tags, making it easier for people to find. Now, before you can start writing your posts, of course, you need to know what you're going to write about. What is your focus? What is your niche? What are your interests? What is your passion? You need to do keyword research around those topics. So that gives you the ability to understand what your target audience want to read about. Use tools like Google Keyword Planner, and we've done an earlier video on how to use Google Keyword Planner to find relevant keywords for your blog. Create an editorial calendar, very important. Know that every week you're going to do a blog post. So every Monday you need to draft a post, Wednesday you want to publish it. So look forward, maybe write 4 or 8 blog posts in advance, and then you are ready for the next 8 weeks. Then start writing your first blog post, that introduces the blog and introduces your niche. Create a content strategy, have a visual strategy, and optimize your blog posts for search, using the keywords, and using the meta tags for your blogs. So that is really important because Google loves to show blog posts higher up in the search results. Now remember, it takes time. Quality content takes time and effort. So take the time to research your topics and make sure that you write compelling and informative blog posts and promote your content on social media and other channels so that drives traffic back to your website. And then finally, we're going to look at how to share your blog. Very important. You need to promote your blog and you need to track your performance. So share your blog on social media platforms. Engage with your audience when they have comments or when they give feedback. Use email marketing to promote your blog. Collaborate with other bloggers or websites in your niche. Try to get those guest blogging opportunities and use paid advertising to promote your blog. So it's an ongoing effort and it requires consistent effort. On the tracking side, use Google Analytics. So set up your blog with Google Analytics. So you get information about traffic, about your audience, and about your most popular pages and your most popular blog posts. So you can track specific actions in Google Analytics, so how many people are signing up for the newsletter, for instance. Monitor your social media analytics, how popular are your blog posts, the Facebook posts about your blog on Twitter or on Facebook or on Instagram. Yeah, look at open rates, click-through rates, and regularly review your blog's performance and adjust your strategy if necessary. Yeah, so very important part. Don't keep your blog a secret. Start promoting it high and wide. Okay, so let's close the session with some writing tips. First of all, know your audience. Understand who is your target audience and what are they looking for in your blog. Yeah, we talked about customer personas. Create customer personas for your key audiences. Yep, and you're writing for them. You're not writing for yourself. You need to hit the language that resonates with your audience. Be authentic. Write in your own voice. Let your personality shine through. Don't write anonymous. Yeah, people want to see the writer, the author behind the article. Yeah, make sure that you research your topic, because that will help you in writing authoritatively. And then when you write authoritatively, you provide value to your readers. Don't limit yourself to text. Use images, use videos to supplement your writing. Make your blog visually appealing. It goes without saying, edit, proofread, proofread, proofread. There's nothing more frustrating than typos in your blog posts. Yeah, make sure your writing is clear, it is simple, it is polished, and there's no typos in there. Just copy your blog text, put it in a word processor, yep, and then do a spelling checker. Then finally, be consistent. Consistency is key to building your audience and for your readers to come back. Yeah, so, and be consistent in the timing as well. Try to do it daily or weekly or monthly, but give that consistency to your readers. And if you take all these things together and you are passionate about a topic, then I'm sure you're going to be successful with your blog.
Now let me tell you about Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing created in collaboration with Purdue University and Meta Blueprint. With this program, you will learn everything from the fundamentals of digital marketing to the latest trends and techniques used by top marketers worldwide. You will explore SEO, SEM, content marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and more. This program is led by industry experts who bring their real-world experience to the classroom, giving you an insider's perspective on what it takes to succeed in the digital marketing world. If you're looking to jumpstart your career in digital marketing or take your skills to the next level, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in digital marketing is the perfect place to start. To learn more about the course, you can click the link in the description box below.
In today's video, we are going to be talking about WordPress. We're going to show you how to use WordPress, what is WordPress, what are the skills you need to use WordPress, why should you use WordPress, and in the process, I'll give you a hands-on demo of the basic functionality of WordPress. As usual, I am Mark Kampman. I am your digital navigator for this video. And if you like the video, click the like button. If you want to subscribe to our channel, don't forget to click the subscribe button and join our fantastic community of interactive learners on the Simplilearn YouTube channel. But before we start, let me share something else with you first. Simplilearn has a new program together with Meta to offer you a professional certificate in digital marketing. It's a fantastic program. It's the official program together with Meta, and it is the, if we go into here, into the website, yeah, you'll see that it is done together with the Purdue University, with Meta, is the official partner, and there's also involvement with Marketing Land and Search Engine Journal. So it is a fantastic digital marketing course. And what the real value is that you will be qualifying for the Meta Blueprint certification. And the Meta Blueprint is Facebook's famous, or Meta's famous certification for everything there is to know about Facebook. So very useful program. I can highly recommend this training to you. Okay, so that was a little sidestep. Let's go back to the slides and let's go back to the program. So what we're going to be talking about is, first, we're going to talk about content management systems. WordPress is a content management system to develop a website. But to understand this, how to use this, it is important that you understand the essence of a content management system. We'll then go into what is WordPress. We'll look at the two versions of WordPress that are out there. We're going to look at WordPress features, and I'll give you a brief demo of the WordPress functionality. We're going to look at one competitor in specific who is trying very hard to sort of bite into WordPress market leadership, and that's a competitor called Wix. So we're going to do a short comparison between Wix and WordPress. I'm going to then show you how to install WordPress, and then once you've got it installed, how are you going to create your website. And then we're going to close off today's session with having a look at some advantages and disadvantages. Right, but let me give you some facts of WordPress first. WordPress was released in 2003 as a blogging platform by a guy, Matt Mullenweg, and his friend Mike Little. It was a fork-off of an older blogging platform called B2 Cafelog. And it included basic functionalities like the ability to create a blog post, to manage comments and upload images. Yeah, it grew in popularity and features were added like plugins and custom post pipes, with lots of different updates across the years in 2008 and to 2010, the 15th, 2018, and then new features came like a redesigned admin interface, a theme customizer, and a block editor, which made it a lot easier to develop your websites. Now, where is WordPress today? It is the most popular CMS or content management system in the world. Over 40% of all websites on the internet, they use WordPress, and it continues to be one of the largest community of contributors to any CMS platform. Here are some other WordPress stats. WordPress powers 40% of the internet and is available in over 200 languages. WordPress users, they publish around 70 million new blog posts and 77 million new comments each month. And Yoast SEO, which is a plugin for search engine optimization for your website on WordPress, has been downloaded over 372 million times as of today. Basically makes it the most popular WordPress plugin that you can use. The WordPress community consists of over 78 million active users and over 1.5 billion monthly unique visitors. They visit the WordPress websites without knowing that, of course. WordPress.com, which is a separate version of WordPress, and I'll come back to that in a minute, they host over 5.5 million active websites. And Automatic, which is the company behind WordPress.com, is valued at over $3 billion and has over 1,500 remote employees across the world. Yeah, so some pretty staggering numbers, and it clearly makes WordPress the market leader when it comes to a CMS or a content management system for your website. Now, what is a content management system? Before we dive into that, CMSs, they started in the 1990s, but they were not widely used until the early 2000s. So the early CMS systems were often proprietary, expensive, and very difficult to use. PHP Nuke was like the first open source content management system in 2000, later followed by Drupal. And Drupal became in those days one of the leading development platforms for your website. WordPress, released in 2003, evolved into a fully fledged CMS and currently is the most popular CMS for any website out there. Other popular CMSs include Joomla, launched in 2005, and Magento, very much for e-commerce website. Today there are dozens of CMSs available, both proprietary and open source. Now, so much kind of an introduction on CMS. Let's define what a CMS actually is. A CMS, also known as a content management system, is like a very friendly website building tool. It is a software application that provides a hosted, a centralized and organized method for managing, storing and publishing your website or any digital content that you want to have. Yeah, it helps you create, manage and publish digital content without having to be a tech or a WizKid or learn complicated coding. Yeah, so it's all about ease of use. It's about easy content creation and management. Yeah, they make it simple for non-technical users to create, edit and manage website content without requiring specific technical skills or programming knowledge. It also provides much faster website development. Yeah, because you can use pre-built templates, you can use plugins, and that all speeds up the website development. Yeah, so that reduces the need to start from scratch, to start programming your website from scratch. You just pick the building blocks, and in the process of doing that, your website sort of comes together. It's also for improved website maintenance. Yeah, so a content management system, they provide built-in tools for website maintenance, like updating the software, security for your website, backups for your website, yeah, and optimization for search engines. So it is all about making your life a lot easier. So with a CMS, you can use a simple interface, and you see that later when I show you the WordPress backend. Yeah, so you use a simple interface to create and organize your content, design your website and manage the different users and their permissions who can work on your website. It also allows you to connect with other tools like services to make your website go even faster, or e-commerce services or Google services. So they are designed to be flexible. They are designed to be extensible. Yeah, and one of the ways to achieve this is by connecting the various types of tools to your content management system. And by connecting to databases, CMSs can store all data and your content in a very effective way. Now, one of the big advantages of content management systems is their open architecture. Yeah, so you can connect what we call third-party APIs to enhance the functionality of your CMS. Yep, so you can add tools like Google Analytics or Salesforce, HubSpot, all tools through the API. You can connect social media integration, e-commerce capability, etc. So it's a very open platform, and that makes them so interesting. And then one of the biggest assets of CMSs, and that's where WordPress is so incredibly flexible. You can have plugins and extensions, they are available, which can be installed to add features like SEO, contact forms, image galleries, e-commerce, you name it. And you'll see in WordPress there are thousands and thousands of plugins for free or that you pay for that gives you that added functionality in WordPress. So in general, any website that needs to manage and publish content on a regular basis can benefit from a CMS. Yeah, because it can help you with content organization, it helps you with version control, with workflow management, user management, and many other tasks that are essential for creating and managing your website. So there are many types of websites that can benefit from a CMS. So take, for instance, a standard blog. Yes, so with a CMS for a blog website, it's easy to create and publish your blog posts as well as managing the comments and other user-generated content. Yeah, you have news websites. They sort of are a big aggregator of all the news out there. So for them, it's easy to create and manage blog posts, as well as they can help with the organization and the management of the content, because they've got a huge amount of news articles on their website, and by setting tags and by setting categories, you can give people easy access to that content. E-commerce websites, they can manage product listings. Yep, so that's what the CMS can do for you, managing product listings, manage pricing, manage inventory, as well as tools to manage the orders and the customer data. And corporate websites, they can use a CMS as well. They can benefit from it. So it can include product and service information, news and events, career opportunities. So basically every website, every type of website can benefit from a CMS system. So as I said, WordPress is one of the leading CMS systems out there. So let's dive a bit deeper into WordPress. Now, bear in mind, there are two versions of WordPress. There is WordPress.com and there is WordPress.org. Yeah, WordPress.com is a hosted service provider, yeah, that provides a simplified version of the WordPress software. So you don't have to worry about hosting it. WordPress.com will host it for you. The only thing you do is to create an account, select a theme, put in your content, press publish, and your website is live. But it offers a limited set of features, themes, and plugins. So users have limited control over the technical aspects of their website. But it is really good for those people who want to create a website quickly without the hassle of any technical complications or technical knowledge. It is literally go to WordPress.com, create an account, select a theme, add your content, press publish, and your website is live. You don't need any knowledge for that. The basic version is free of WordPress.com. But as soon as you're going to add additional functionality, like your own URL or specific search engine optimization features, then you're going to pay a premium fee. But they're still not that expensive. WordPress.org is a CMS platform. It's an open source software that can be downloaded and installed on your own web hosting server. And usually you go to a web hosting server provider like GoDaddy or Amazon or wherever you, and you install WordPress. You basically hire a little space on their server, yep, and then you install WordPress, and then you have to develop your website within that CMS. So it's a self-hosted solution, and it gives you complete control over the website's design, the website's functionality, and the customization options. Through WordPress.org, you have access to thousands of themes, thousands of plugins, and you can even modify the code of your website if you would like that. But you are responsible for installing and maintaining the WordPress software, as well as managing other things like backup, security, hosting, etc. But it gives you flexibility, it gives you customization, and if you're comfortable with that, if you have your basic technical skills and you're comfortable with managing your own hosting and server configurations, then WordPress is definitely the place for you, wordpress.org. Right, so when we're going to talk about WordPress going forward in this presentation, I'm going to be talking about wordpress.org. Yeah, so keep that in mind. I'm not talking about wordpress.com, but wordpress.org. I'm going to talk to you about how to set up your own WordPress on your own hosted server provider, as it were. Okay, and we're going to go through that process. So wordpress.org again is free software for creating your website and your blog. So it's a self-hosted solution, which means you need to find a web hosting company and you need to install it on their servers. Again, you have complete control over your design, your functionality, your customization, and you can choose from thousands of themes and plugins. But again, you are responsible for the hosting and the security, right? So keep that in mind. So let's have a look at basic features of WordPress. There are 3 basic features. It's the themes, the plugins, and the widgets. Yeah, so the themes, they control the appearance of the website. Plugins add new features and functionality, and widgets display extra content or functionality in specific areas on the website. Yes, so they are used to customize the appearance and the functionality of your website. So let's dive a little bit deeper. Themes, they are pre-designed templates that change the look and the layout of your WordPress website. Yeah, they control the overall design, the color scheme, the fonts that are being used, and style of the website. And there are literally thousands, tens of thousands themes available on the website. You can select them through WordPress. You can also go to websites, and I'll show you later, Theme Forest, for instance, where you can just look at other themes, and you can just they're sometimes are for free, others they're premium. So you just click on the theme and you click install and it will activate on your WordPress website. Plugins are add-ons that extend the functionality of a WordPress website. So they can be used for features like SEO, contact forms, social media sharing buttons, e-commerce functionality. They're very useful. And there are, as we saw with the themes, there are thousands and thousands of free and premium plugins available in the WordPress directory. You can also use your own theme, or your own plugins. But you have to be careful with your plugins, because WordPress updates regularly to a new version. Yep, and you need to make sure that your plugins are compliant with the new updates. So from WordPress. And sometimes if your plugin provider is not updating the plugin in line with the WordPress updates, then your plugin may stop working and that may dysfunction your website. Widgets are small modules that can be added to a sidebar of a website, or a header or a footer. So it gives you extra functionality or extra content in that particular section. So you can have a search bar, recent posts, categories, tags, social media icons, or ads that you can have. Most themes, bear in mind, they come pre-built widgets included. And users can also create your own custom widgets. So let's look at 3 examples of popular websites built on WordPress, so you get a bit of an idea. Yes, so the first website that people may be surprised about is the Walt Disney Company. Yeah, so this is you see a huge company, a global corporation. They use a WordPress CMS to sort of build their entire website. Yeah, so it's all, that's the beauty about WordPress. It's basically a container for the huge amount of content that you have on your website. Yeah, and you see that here in the news section, That is where all their articles are featured like blog posts basically, yeah, and you can access them through the website. Okay, so that is the Walt Disney Company. So it's a very user-friendly design, very easy navigation, and it's a great way to find all the information about the company. TechCrunch is another one. It's a leading technology website that covers the latest in tech news for startups. It's built on WordPress and it features a responsive design that looks great on both the desktop and the mobile. Yeah, so it includes a mix of articles, videos, podcasts, and it allows users to easily browse by topic or search for specific articles. Now, what is a responsive design? A responsive design is very important. A responsive design means that your website will automatically resize to the device that the user is using. Yeah, so it's a mobile-friendly version of your website. And when you pick a design, you always need to make sure that the design is responsive. And the best way to test is if you make the website smaller, that it will automatically resize. And you can see that here. Yeah, resize ultimately to the mobile format. So the third example was Star Wars. It's the official Star Wars blog. Yeah, it's a fan site that cover all things related to Star Wars, from movies, TV shows to books and comics. It's built on WordPress and it features a design that reflects the Star Wars universe, complete with their custom font and background. It includes news, interviews, fan content, as well as a forum where users can discuss here in the community, where users can discuss their favorite Star Wars topics. Yeah, so that's an example of 3 WordPress websites. Yep, so that's it. Yeah, so let's have a look at the backend system of WordPress to get an idea what sits behind this website. So if I go to my own website, and that is Riyadh Farasha. Yeah, that is a kind of a house that I have in Marrakesh, in Morocco, that I rent out, that people can, it's on Airbnb. But besides that, this website is built on WordPress. Now, a very easy way to find out if a website is built on WordPress is basically after the URL, you just type wp-admin. Yeah, that is what you need to access the backend. It will ask you for a user ID and a password. If the website, if the browser comes back with URL does not exist, then you know that this website has not been built on WordPress. Okay, so let's wait till we get the access. Oh, I've already logged in, yeah, so that's why we don't see the login screen, but that's okay. Yeah, you'll get first a login screen, you sign in, and then you get to your dashboard. So here you see your WordPress dashboard, you see the theme that I used, yep, and then here is some updates that are required, at a glance, how many posts, how many pages, I can add a quick article, etc. But here you see on the left, you see the menu. Yeah, so you see basically the most important ones are your blog posts, are your website pages. Yeah, so WordPress works with pages and posts. Pages are static pages like your home page. Yeah, posts are blog posts. Okay, so that's basically the essence of the structure of WordPress. Then here you see your themes, and then here you see your plugins. Yep, and then you have tools, you have your setting. I've set up SEO on the site, I've set up Google Analytics. Yeah, so if I go to my pages and look at all pages, then here you get a list of all the pages that you have active on your website. Okay, so go to posts and you get a list of all the posts that you have on your website, the blog posts. If you want to add a new post, you just click here, add new. If you want to add a new page, you can also hover over the pages and then click add new. You can add different things like portfolio or testimonials or products or services. Yeah, and here is your media library. This is where you have all the photos and videos that you use on your website. Okay, and here you have your theme options. So I selected a specific theme, and then here you see all the things that you can change on your theme. So nothing to program. Yeah, you can just go through all these items and select the specific options for that section. So you have the site layout, the header style, etc. Yes, so that's the theme options. So these are all the options that you can specify. And then here you have your appearance. So here you see the themes. And you also see the widgets, and you can also specify the menus. So when you start your website, the first thing WordPress will ask you, go to the themes. And then it will come default with 2 or 3 themes. But you can search for themes as well. So you see there are Virtue, there are probably a handful of themes that I've got here. Yeah, but these are sort of available. I can also search for new themes. Okay, so I can search here in WordPress. I can also search on outside WordPress in Theme Forest, for instance, and then bring in the theme into WordPress. Okay, so those are the themes. Here are your widgets. You see a list of widgets that you have available. Yeah, so here you see the widgets that I've installed and where they are, the sidebar, the home widget, the footer column. Yeah, we have 4 footer columns, and here is the available widgets that I can add. Okay, and then very important, here is your page with plugins. I can see my installed plugins, or I can add new plugins. So go to the installed plugins, and then you see what plugins are you have installed. Yep, and then you can add new plugins as well. So that is a very high level overview of the WordPress functionality. I just want to leave it at this. It's important to understand, yeah, if we go back to this, the features, if you want to sort of summarize them. The one big benefit of WordPress in the features, it is a very user-friendly interface. It's a very intuitive interface. Yeah, and it makes it easy for users to create and manage content on the website. The second big advantage is the wide range of customizable themes and templates that you can select from. That's where WordPress is second to none, the availability of the themes. Now, there is a bit of a drawback here. I just want you to be aware of that. Yeah, if you are a WordPress expert, if you know WordPress quite well, you will see that a lot of the themes, they have kind of the same structure. Yeah, so I can kind of recognize if a website is built on WordPress or not. Yeah, because the themes are very sort of similar, but they differ by the look and feel of them. So keep that in mind. Yeah, always very important, make sure that the website is adaptive, yeah, is responsive. And that is another big advantage of WordPress, that it has a responsive and a mobile-friendly design. Another big advantage and the features of plugin is their extensive plugin and widget architecture. Yeah, and that gives you a tremendous library of functionality that you can use on your website. Because of these plugins, you can also very easily optimize your website for SEO. So WordPress has built-in features for that, but one of the best SEO plugins is Yoast SEO, where you can add meta tags, sitemaps, permalinks, descriptions, page titles, etc. And then finally, the features in WordPress, they really stand out when it comes to supporting multi-languages. Yeah, so it's multiple languages, making it easy to create and manage websites for international companies. And then to close, very good features are around the e-commerce. With plugins like WooCommerce, WordPress can power any e-commerce website and can handle transactions, inventory management, and more. Besides that, the core engine of WordPress is its blogging platform. Yeah, so it's still one of the best blogging platforms, but it is now also, of course, has the capabilities to build your entire website around it. But the blogging capabilities, they include posting, post scheduling, commenting, and social media sharing. WordPress also offers a fantastic library for media management. Yeah, so making it easy to upload, store, manage all types of media files, like images, audio, video, PDFs, and what have you. And to close the feature list off, there is a very strong community around WordPress. Very large, very active for developers, for designers and users. They contribute to the ongoing development of WordPress. They provide support. They create themes and plugins to extend the functionality. And if you have a problem, I'm sure you can find an answer in the WordPress community, because other people will have experienced those problems as well. Okay, now let's compare WordPress with the competition. And I'm going back now to WordPress.com and WordPress.org. Yeah, remember WordPress.com was the basic where WordPress would take care of the hosting. Yeah, so you just open an account and publish your site. So competitors with WordPress.com are Wix, Webflow, Squarespace, Bubble, Soho Sites, Square Online, which was formerly Weebly. I really like Weebly, by the way. And Odoo Website Builder. If you look at competitors for WordPress.org, we look at HubSpot CMS Hub, Progress Sitefinity, Drupal, Joomla, Kentico, Contentful. And if you look at e-commerce competitors, we look at Shopify, Ionos, Squarespace, Volusion, and BigCommerce. Now, one of the big competitors, although they are in the hosted section, yeah, they are in the WordPress.com section, but they are trying to eat in WordPress market share in the WordPress.org section, is Wix. Yeah, so although Wix provides hosting as part of its own platform, WordPress, we're talking about the comparison of Wix with WordPress.org, requires users to pay for the hosting. So keep that in mind. So Wix has been around for quite a few years. And it was initially, you just go to Wix, you like WordPress.com, you create an account and you select a theme, you add your content, click publish, and your website is live. Where Wix stood out, where they were truly unique, was on the quality of their designs, of their themes. Yeah, they were clearly a level higher, better quality than the WordPress themes. Now, in the early days, one of the reasons why Wix was so powerful and so popular was because of the quality of its themes. Yeah, and that's where it really stood out from WordPress. Now, one of the reasons why these themes stood out was that they were developed on Java. Yep, and with Java you have a lot more flexibility on creating really nice kind of themes. But the problem with Java was that Google couldn't index pages that were built with Java because it was very proprietary coding. The text was kind of buried in the code. So in the early days, Wix had a very poor reputation when it came to search engine optimization. Over the years, that has changed. Wix is now no longer using Java because Java is gone, yeah, but still there is this sort of negative connotation with Wix is not good for search engine optimization. But those are, as you know, these things, they linger on. So Wix, because it is hosted, yeah, so Wix has a more limited set of templates and designs available because they are coming from Wix, as it were. Yeah, where WordPress is highly customizable with thousands of plugins and themes available. Yeah, so you got to understand that. So Wix is kind of closed, where WordPress is open. Now that is another element here, which is kind of a negative on WordPress. Because WordPress is so open, with plugins and themes coming from so many different sources, it is also slightly more vulnerable for spam and for attacks on your website. Yeah, where Wix is more protected. Now let's look at those themes. So if I go to Wix, so here you see Wix, create a website that means business, still very good themes. Yep, so very easy to start, very friendly to set up. I'm not going to log in or get started. I'm just going to show you if I go to the creation and I'm going to the website templates. Yeah, 800 plus designer made templates. And here you see a selection of the different templates that you can have a look at. Yes, so you can just click on the template, you can edit, that means you can turn it into your website, or you can view the template, how it would look like. So let's look here on view and then see a live version of what the website would look like. Yes, you see they look really good. Use it as a starting point, click straight onto edit the site. So you see how easy it is to make. If I go to WordPress themes, I showed you how to find the themes on WordPress. Yeah, I can also go to a site like Theme Forest. Yep, and then here you have a huge library of 50,000 WordPress plugins. Yeah, at various prices. You can get them for free, you can get them for premium. You just look at the theme. So take for instance Total WordPress Responsive. Yeah, so here you see, look at the live preview. And then here you can see the different demos that they have. Yeah, so you click here on the demo and then you see how the demo would look like. And then you can buy the demo and then install it on your WordPress installation. Okay, so those are the themes that are very important, and that is where Wix has a more limited set but very creative. WordPress, highly customizable with thousands of plugins and thousands of themes. So Wix is known for its ease of use. Yeah, so anybody can easily start a website on Wix. But remember, you have limited control over the technical aspects of your website because it is managed by Wix. Where WordPress, WordPress.org, you have complete control. So although you need more technical skills, yeah, it gives you complete control over the design, adding functionality, even coding the website if you want to. So keep that in mind. As we said earlier as well, Wix has more limited set of SEO options. Historically, remember with the Java format that they had, yeah, you may need to upgrade your plan on Wix to get more SEO features. Where on WordPress, you have the most fantastic SEO plugins like Yoast SEO, all-in-one SEO, which gives full SEO functionality on your website. And we all know how important SEO is. Right, now let's look at how we're going to install WordPress. Yes, so there's two options. You can do it through a hosting provider. Yeah, there are two options. There are two options. You can be guided by your hosting provider, or you can do it all yourself. So let me show you first how to do it through your hosting provider. So here is my hosting provider, which is GoDaddy. Yeah, on GoDaddy, I have multiple products, and one of my products is hosting. Okay, and I'll show you later the details around that. But when you go to your hosting section in your service provider, yeah, then here you have a list of the websites that you are having installed on the provider's server. If you want to add a new website, which is guided by the hosting provider, the only thing you have to do is to go to your admin panel. And in your admin panel, you have all the apps that you have access to. Yeah, it could be email, it could be file manager, it could be the images, but there's also apps that you can install, like WordPress or Magento or Joomla. So the only thing you need to do if you want to install WordPress on your hosting provider's server, you just click here on WordPress. That will then take you into a dialog. Yep, and then you will just fill in the details, the name of your website, the user ID, password, yep, and then it will install it for you on your server. So that's one way of installing it. The second way of installing is do it yourself. Yeah, and that's a bit more complicated. But these are the steps you will have to go through. First of all, you need to decide on what hosting provider you're going to use. That could be GoDaddy, Bluehost, HostGator, and what have you. Then you go and actually download the latest version of WordPress from the official WordPress website. Then what you do, you're going to upload WordPress on your server that you have with the server provider. Yep, so you can use an FTP client like FileZilla, or as I showed you just now, through your web hosting control panel. When GoDaddy does it for you, yeah, like when your hosting provider does it for you, they create your SQL database. If you do it yourself, you will have to create your own MySQL database. And your hosting provider has an app for that. Then you run the WordPress installation script. It will then create the WordPress file and create a database. and then you can configure WordPress. Yeah, so you log into your admin area, you choose the theme, add the plugins, create the pages, and you launch your site. That is how easy it is when you want to do it yourself. Okay, now back to the hosting provider for a sec. Yeah, it's important that you understand. If I go to GoDaddy, yeah, then here you see the different type of products that you have. So these are the products that I use. I have a section on domains. So I have bought domains that they manage for me. Yep, so here are my domains. I have web hosting. Yeah, so that is where I buy my slice of their web server. Yeah, always make sure it has a cPanel, which is the admin section. Okay, then very important, make sure that you buy web hosting and that you add SSL certificates. You may have heard of SSL certificates. They are the S behind HTTP. Yeah, so HTTPS, which is basically a required security feature that Google wants to see on your website. And then additionally, you can buy website security, which is important, and backups. And there's many other products, but these are the core products that you need from your hosting provider. Okay, so we are all set up. We have WordPress ready. Let's now look again at the website creation. So once you've chosen your hosting provider, and we talked about that, you're then going to install WordPress, either do it yourself or through your hosting provider. And then the first thing you're going to do is choose a theme. And I've shown you the library of themes. Yeah, so there are free themes, there are paid themes that you can choose from. And you can also install custom themes directly from a third-party developer website. And then you're going to customize your theme. What I like about many of the themes, they come with demos. And you can actually download the demo. So you see the full website completely ready, completely installed with the demo. And the only thing you have to do is to change the content of the demo with your own content. Then you're going to add your logo, etc. You're going to add your own blog post. You're going to change your pages, upload the text in your pages. Yep, and then you're going to add plugins like SEO, like social media sharing and what have you, like forms. And then you're going to publish your website. Yeah, so you can then publish it for the world to see and share it on social media and start promoting your website. Once your website is ready, what you basically do, you link your website to your URL. Yep, and that's the hosting provider can do that all for you. One important aspect on the hosting provider, make sure that you check the service options from your hosting provider. If you have a technical problem, how good are they at responding? And the minimum you should look for is that they have a chat capability. Because there's nothing worse than having to wait for a call. When you call them, wait for half an hour or an hour on the phone before you get an answer. I always prefer to do that through chat. Right, so what are the advantages and the disadvantages of WordPress? The big pros on WordPress are open source, customization, large community, very SEO friendly, and content management. Yeah, so it's the easiest CMS out there. And because it's open, there are literally tons of options to customize it. If you have problems, there is a huge WordPress community that can help you find the answers. If you want to do your SEO for your website, yeah, WordPress has fantastic plugins like Yoast SEO, all-in-one SEO, to actually make the SEO as easy and as smooth as possible for your website. So the large community is really helpful in WordPress if you have any problems with your website and with your WordPress installation. And of course, the content management is very important. As you can see, as you saw on the demo, is you can really access the blog posts, the pages, the media in a very friendly way. So there's lots of benefits in using WordPress, but there are some negatives as well. Yeah, and I think a big negative is its open source positive. Yeah, because it's open source, the security is slightly more at risk, as it were. Yeah, so you're more prone to attacks and to spam than on closed platforms. Yep, and as well, of course, you do need some technical skills. Yeah, maintenance is an issue as well. Yeah, so, and I mentioned that earlier. If you have an update on the WordPress CMS, then your plugins need to be upgraded as well. And some plugin providers, they're later with upgrading, and it may happen that plugins stop working after a WordPress CMS upgrade. So you need to be very alert to those things. And one final issue that may come up with WordPress is that they tend to be slightly slower in performance, which basically means it takes longer to load a page. So you need to be aware of that, you need to track that, you need to measure that, and you can get tools in WordPress as a plugin that can help you with improving the speed of your website.
Now let me tell you about Simplilearn's postgraduate program in digital marketing created in collaboration with Purdue University and Meta Blueprint. With this program, you will learn everything from the fundamentals of digital marketing to the latest trends and techniques used by top marketers worldwide. You will explore SEO, SEM, content marketing, social media marketing, email marketing, and more. This program is led by industry experts who bring their real-world experience to the classroom, giving you an insider's perspective on what it takes to succeed in the digital marketing world. If you're looking to jumpstart your career in digital marketing or take your skills to the next level, then Simplilearn's professional certificate program in digital marketing is the perfect place to start. To learn more about the course, you can click the link in the description box below.
ROMI. This may not be the term that is bandied about inside your organization. It's certainly not a term that is bandied about in the industry, but it's actually the one that you want to use. So let me explain. What is in it for you to measure this? This actually begins to position you not as the company's next CMO, it may position you as the company's next CEO. Because guess what? The CFO is not the top of the food chain. And the CFO has generally been asking for the wrong thing for years. This is the right thing to demonstrate. This is the calculation you want to do. This puts you in a powerful position. First of all, you shift the conversation. You basically put yourself in a position of convincing, generally it's the CFO, that you understand finance as well as he or she does. And, most CFOs aren't expecting that from somebody in marketing. They tend to look down on us. We're merely the expense, that they have to deduct somewhere along the way in their financial calculations. Okay, fine. But here's the deal. ROI is the wrong metric. The CFO may ask for it because the CFO is used to asking for it for other kinds of things, like capital expenditures. If you're going to do a capital expenditure, like building a new factory or a plant, or you're going to stock a lot of inventory someplace, that's a capital expenditure, or what is known as CapEx. And trust me, if you are a publicly traded company, some investor out there, some industry analyst is going to want to know about your CapEx. It's something you're going to have to report on a quarterly basis. So trust me, the CFO is focused on it. But that kind of money is tied up. When you make that kind of investment, it's generally a long-term one, and you may depreciate it. But you know what? That's why Everyone's sort of focused on it. It turns out marketing is not a capital expenditure. Marketing is an expense. You generally expense it over the course of a quarter. We spent some money this month on, who knows, advertising, content marketing, you fill in the blank. And if it is an operational expenditure, then it is called OpEx. And if you want to measure the impact of what you're doing in marketing, you end up using a very different formula than your CFO has been asking for years. But here's the deal. When you look across the table and say, actually, you're asking for the wrong thing, what you really want is ROMI, not ROI. And yeah, I do know how to calculate that. A return on marketing investment is basically the incremental revenue that you can attribute to your marketing. So, we've been measuring goals or micro goals, and you can measure those in revenue because what the lead is that you brought in and what it's worth, and what the sales you brought in and what they're worth, or you certainly know what percentage of those leads tend to convert to sales, and therefore you've got a figure that what your sales pipeline may be valued at. Guess what? You can calculate that. And then here's the magic. You go beyond revenue. A lot of people would stop there and say, wow, that's an impressive thing. I've never reported revenue before. Aren't I a hero now? But if you take the next step and you say, and also I know what our contribution margin is. A lot of people will call that your profit margin. In other words, when you raise revenue, there's still a cost of goods sold. It takes some money to manufacture your product, or it takes some money that for the people you have to pay to deliver your service. And when you're all done paying, the cost of goods sold, what's left is your profit. And that is a percentage of your revenue. And if you multiply the revenue that you brought in times the profit margin, so some percentage of that is going to turn into profit, and then you subtract what you spent on your content marketing campaign and divide by what you spent on your content marketing campaign, you come up with a number. It's your ROMI. And let me give you an example just to sort of bring this home. Let's say, for example, that you spent $100,000 on a content marketing program, and it delivered $500,000 in incremental revenue that you have been able to track and say, didn't come in from outer space. Here's the campaign we ran. We generated this. And oh, by the way, the contribution margin for that $500,000 in revenue was, let's say, 60%. In other words, it took about 40% to cover the cost of goods sold, but the profits on top of that were 60%. Where does that number come from? It's a mythical number, but it's going to vary in different organizations. So I'm just using it here to teach you the math. But I'm going to measure my results by taking that 500,000, multiplying by 60% because I want to get to the profit number. And then I'm going to subtract the 100,000 that I spent and divide by the 100,000, and I get the number 2. And you're going to say, I've never heard this number before. And the answer is, neither has your CFO. But here's what it means. For every dollar that you spent on content marketing, you generated $2 in profit. Not revenue. You generated $5 in revenue. You generated $2 in profit. Now, do you want to do a little more content marketing next quarter? Let me tell you, anything that is a positive number is a good result. If you can get anything north of 1, you're breaking even.
Greetings, everyone. This is Rob Sanders with Simplilearn. Thank you for joining, and today we're going to cover content marketing, interview questions and answers. So thanks for joining again, and here's how it's going to work. So if you have any questions to these questions or answers, feel free to just comment right below this video and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We're going to go through a series of questions and I'm going to answer those questions for you. Starting out, what are the essential components of a good web content? Okay, so essential components. Okay, so what do we want our content to do? Well, we want it to be useful. So web content should be written in a way which caters to what the reader wants. Okay, so somebody's not going to read your content if it's not useful for them. Okay, this because it affects reader engagement. Okay, so if it's not interesting, it's not useful, somebody's just not going to read it. Plain and simple. It also has to be engaging. So listen, even if it is relevant to a user, you still have to write the content so it's engaging. So you want to add elements like imagery, videos. Hey, you could even turn your content into an infographic. Okay, you want to do something that's going to be engaging for the user. If it's engaging, they're going to read it and engage with the content. Okay, and then good content should have some call to action. So content must be written in a way that can drive call to action. Okay, so if you're writing a blog post, I've seen a lot of blog posts just simply start and end with good content, but it doesn't leave the user with anywhere to go. So have that call to action. Put some internal links in that content. Give somebody a place to go after they're done engaging with the good content that you write. Okay, so some other things to think about, some other components for good content. Well, credibility. So, anybody can write, but are you writing about something you know what you're writing about? Are you a good talking point, a good expert, or have experience about this content? So you also want to use, information from a legitimate source. Okay, so you don't want to grab something and use it in your content that's just not legitimate, because it does hurt your credibility and the organization's credibility. And then also originality. Write something that nobody else has written. So obviously you don't want to plagiarize, because if you plagiarize, then there are tools out there where people can easily just put their content in there to see what else is out there, see if somebody else has plagiarized it. So it's very easy to find people who plagiarize. So don't be that person. What I would recommend, create a good content calendar and come up with some ideas before you write them. Next question related to content marketing. So what are the types of content you can create? Well, there are a lot of things you can create. Start with the blog. Blog, to me, is always a great place to start. It's a blank canvas for your ideas, your thoughts, your opinions. Okay, that's a great thing about a blog. It accentuates personality. You can create a video. Videos are always engaging. You can create an infographic. Infographics to me are, a hidden gem. Instead of somebody reading the same old, you're laying this out in a very visual way that's easy to understand. Create a case study. Okay, so if you're digital marketing expert, done social media for another client, write about it. Show the successes, show that you are an expert, show that you've created successful campaigns in social in the form of a case study. You can create a white paper. White papers are good educational pieces. You can also create an ebook. Okay, ebook, hey, if you have a lot of content, you want to lay it out, an ebook's a good way to go. You have a lot of choices here when it comes to content, a lot of choices. Okay, so what are the advantages of having a content calendar? So I alluded to that just a couple of seconds ago. So let's really break this down here, because content calendars to me are so important. Well, first of all, calendar part of content calendar allows you to think about dates. So if you're planning something, you're going to have important dates in mind. Okay, so content calendar, it almost ensures you don't miss anything, that's a good opportunity for you to leverage, like, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It's probably important when those days are if you're in e-commerce. So that's why having a content calendar helps. It helps you plan out your content based on important dates, or based on dates that work for what you're trying to do. They also help because you could stick to a consistent schedule. Okay, so if you don't have a content calendar, you're probably just arbitrarily writing content here and there. Well, what if your users crave and really engage with the content? They're going to want more. sticking to something consistent is going to really get people to come back for more. They know when you're going to post. They're going to be waiting for it. And if it's every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock, hey, post it Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. Your users will get used to that schedule. And it does help build up your following. It does help build up your community. And in the end, cultivates a long-lasting relationship. Okay, and then having a content calendar also allows you to mix up your content. Okay, so you can see and plan ahead different types of content in different formats. That way, it allows you to mix it up. Okay, whether it be a blog post, an infographic, a video about different topics. Okay, some other advantages here: saving time. It just allows you to prepare for the future. When you can prepare, you're efficient. And when you're efficient, you're not wasting time. And so to me, having a content calendar is a must, because a lot of us are busy. Who has time? And especially if you're going to work in a new company, so let's say writing content, you definitely want to have a content calendar, because you're going to want to use that time to efficiently plan. This is a new company you're going to start working at. You want to understand who this company is, what they've done in the past, what you haven't done, and what you want to do. Okay, so all of that helps you plan and prepare, and it saves you the time and effort and hassle down the road. And then at the end of the day, you want to be able to figure out what works. So planning your posts puts less strain on you and your team members, as well as company resources, because when you plan and you post, you're going to get data. And then when you get data, it's either going to work or not work. And if it doesn't work, then you know in the future you're not going to put that piece of content or that topic in the content calendar again. It's that simple. Okay, some other advantages: fresh content. Okay, so having a content calendar allows you to always keep content fresh. Again, you're going to be on a consistent schedule, and you're not going to be writing about the same things over and over again. So it could be just simply Twitter. If you're putting a content calendar and together for Twitter, well, you don't want to have the same tweets every other day. So it does ensure that you're getting tweets out there that are fresh, that are new, that are different. And again, figure out what works. A content calendar makes it easier to measure results and optimize performance. So you always want to, maybe put some metrics in with your content calendar, so you can see side by side content historically that is performed, content that is not performed. Okay, so next question you may get: what type of content works in each stage of the customer lifecycle? So you have awareness, engagement, purchase, post-purchase, advocacy. Okay, so let's break these down here. So awareness, okay, so you want people to understand who you are. Okay, that could be a guest blog, an influencer helping you out. It could be a cold email, a video that can potentially go viral, a social media post, introducing a product. You have engagement. So you want people to engage with your content. What are you going to do to get people to engage? Well, you could certainly write an email and have people open that email and go to your website. You can have an ebook where people can actually download and read it. Or you can have a blog where people can comment, or a landing page where they can fill out a form submission. You have evaluation. So with social media, we know there's a lot of engagement going on, but when you're putting content out there, you can certainly open it up to testimonials. Okay, you can generate white papers. Okay, or you can generate case studies. Case studies are a good way for companies to evaluate what you've done in the past. If you've worked for a specific product in the past and it's worked, you certainly want to put that out there for potential clients in that same industry. Purchase. Trying to get people to purchase, what are you going to do? Well, you can certainly have landing pages, a nice, website, a nice shopping cart with some nice content. Okay, onboarding emails. Get those emails out there and get people to go back to the website and purchase. Of course, you can have product and service details as well, meaning, one page downloadable PDFs that describe the product. Okay, you have post-purchase. Okay, so people who've already purchased, you can certainly send out follow-up emails. You can do blog roundups, give people an opportunity to see what features or updates are happening to the product. Okay, of course, case studies of repeat customers or content types that detail a new feature or service. Okay, so if somebody's already purchased, you may want to send them some content of another product that complements the product they bought. So a lot of things you can do to engage with your user who's already purchased. And then advocacy. You want people to help you out here. So have the user generate the content. You can have exclusive discounts for your community. They're going to be your advocates, so give them exclusive discounts. And then pictures of customers engaging with your products. Okay, who's not going to share that? So you're going to have people share that information. In other words, you can generate content where, hey, people can help you out here and be your advocate. Okay, so how do you decide what topic and subject to write on? Okay, well, going back to the content calendar, that always helps you can see what you've put in that content calendar. But there are some other methods you can use. And you could certainly identify your target audience. And not only identify your target audience, but what their needs are. Okay, so you can write content based on audience. So you could certainly do some research with keywords. Okay, what's trending? What keywords are not trending? Okay, and write around what's trending, for example. Okay, you could certainly take a look at social media, for example, Quora. I always look at Quora. Quora is interesting, entertaining, informational. Hey, people are certainly having conversations on Quora. And you can certainly analyze those conversations because they certainly get in depth, and you can decide, hey, do I want to write a topic around something that really just won't go away in terms of conversing? Quora is a good example of analyzing conversations. They tend to be a little bit more in depth. So some other things you could do, you can look at your competitors and what kind of conversations are happening on your competitors' blogs or your competitors' social media platforms and pages. You can keep track of blogs and articles from subject matter experts, commentators, critics, and so on. Okay, so you can get ideas from them. Another question you may get, which is very important, if you're going to start working for a company, you need to understand the tone of your content, because that is going to fit and be in line with the company you're working for. Okay, so you're always going to have a brand personality. So the characteristics of a brand are the guidelines based on which the content strategy is developed. The tone of the content must align itself to the content strategy. Your audience profile. So you need to determine who your audience is. Okay, and how the brand wants to be seen by that audience. So, if you have an older audience, you're not going to use younger audience, i.e. street lingo or today's lingo and the younger generation. You're going to use language that's going to fit the audience you're talking to. And then, of course, the channel itself. So the content you create must be irrespective of the channel and consistent with brand attributes. Okay, so you gotta pick and choose the channel. If it's LinkedIn, for example, hey, LinkedIn's more business oriented. Okay, so you're not gonna be, as humorous as you would be, say, on Instagram or Facebook. All of these have one thing in common. Again, that's brand guidelines. You have to stay within the brand. What is the brand's personality? How do we want to talk to our audience? And what platform are we using to talk to our audience? How do you promote your content once it's live? Well, that's always a good question. Hey, you doing the work, putting in the hard work to create this, it could be a video, and videos take a long time. It could be an infographic, an ebook. Okay, so send it out via email. Okay, if you have an email list, send it out and let people know this content's there. Put a link in the email or even a piece or snippet or preview of the content in the email. So you're using the email to broadcast and encourage people to, if it's an ebook, get the rest of the ebook. Okay, you can certainly leverage social media to engage with your community. That's the best, just as good as email. Get out there and let people know, hey, I got my book published. Come and download it. You can give a discount to the first 100 people that download it. Okay, you can always promote your content via ads. So whether that be Google or Facebook, you always have an opportunity to be more prominent by advertising the content that you have to offer. So you can always reach out on social media, again, targeting interesting people directly. So you can always interact with people on social. Or you can write for others. Attract people from the web to important pages of your website by guest posting. So you can always go onto a popular blog post and write something and, link it up or have it be relevant to the content you've written. So next question, how can you determine how well your content is doing? Okay, very important. Again, you've done all the work. You've put the content calendar together. You got the content ready to go. It's published. You're promoting it. Social, email, guest blogging, but you want to determine how it's doing. Well, depends on the channel. really is what it comes down to. So if it's organic search, you want to be able to see if it's ranking for the keywords you optimize that content for. If it's social, you want to be able to see if you have engagement, shares, comments, etc. Of course, you can always look at analytics and see how much traffic that blog post is getting or that page with the white paper is getting. Okay, so you can always look at your analytics and look at the traffic. Okay, and again, you can always look to see if there are conversions in the form of an inquiry or lead or sale. So at the end of the day, you want to align the content with the channel and you want to align the KPI with the content in channel. Okay, so if it's social, you're not likely going to get conversions unless you're doing paid ads. If you're posting organically on social, then you're probably going to get some engagement. So you have to align the right metric with the right channel. What are the steps involved in the content marketing process? Okay, so you really need to decide what goal you want to achieve with the content marketing campaign. So that goes back to what I was just saying a minute ago. If you have content you post it on social, then what's the goal? What are you trying to achieve? Well, you're probably going to get engagement and likes. You need to define buyer personas to determine the audience best suited for your content. Okay, so you're always writing for an audience and you're going to market that content for that audience. So you always got to keep that in mind. Okay, run content audits to determine the best type of content that can be used. In other words, how did it perform? What kind of engagement did you get with the infographic? Or did that video really perform well? Or do we want to use, a blog post next time around or an image next time around? So continuing on here, you want to choose an appropriate content management system. Okay, so how are we managing all this content? Okay, is it WordPress or is it another platform? Okay, you could start brainstorming for ideas for new content. So again, that goes back to the content calendar. You leverage your content calendar to always create ideas for new content. Okay, then you want to settle on a particular type of content that you want to create. Okay, so once you come up and you're managing your content, you've come up with some ideas, then you obviously want to choose the format. And then, of course, you want to publish and manage your content after it's all said and done. So these are the steps involved. Again, just quickly decide on the goal, the KPI, decide on your audience, look at what's worked and not worked in the past, get your content set up in the platform, okay, or get the platform ready to go, I should say. Okay, generate ideas with that content calendar, or ideally go to the content calendar for the ideas. Choose that type and then publish and manage. And when I say manage, I mean, again, going back to analytics or going back to the KPI that you align with that content to see if it's performing or not. Okay, so next question here. How do you target the right audience for your content? It's a very good question. You're not writing content for everyone. Let's be honest here. So you have to collect demographics of your target audience based on who's coming to your website, based on who's subscribed to your emails, based on who's following you on social media. So in other words, you have people interacting with you, okay, in different channels, and you need to understand who these people are. So do they fit a certain age range or generation? Are they skewed more female to male? Education level? What's their affinity or interest? Okay, do they have a certain income? So you need to really break down your audience here, and you could do that in analytics. You could do that on social. You can do that just by looking at your email list. Okay, all those will paint a picture as to who your audience is.
And this was all for this content marketing full course. Hope you guys found it informative and helpful. If you liked this session, then like, share and subscribe. If you have any questions, then you can drop them in the comment section below. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.